Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, May the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. So, lots happening this morning. Yeah, so as Real pointed out, of course, TUP is an earnings play. This was basically almost number one of my gap downs, and Real is pointing this out. Interesting fib level. I actually am in this one just at around, this is a short, just around 1386. I watched that pop up to 1548. It came right back down, took out this 14 level. And so I'm still hanging on. I've got an alert at 13. If it pops up to 13, and I'm probably out of the short. That is the TUP. And I'm actually long this RVSN, okay, this RVSN around the 215 mark. So it hasn't really moved from where I got in. The reason I am is another one of these insane price targets was put on it. RVSN, $7 price target. Well, I guess it's not. We've seen more insane ones, but RVSN has a $7 price target put on it by Aegis, and it's a low float. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, I don't want to give up two. So a couple of pre-market trades for me right now. Other things that are happening now, I wish I had really paid more attention to Uber, because when I first saw Lyft, look at Lyft. Both Uber and Lyft are earnings plays. Lyft released after hours yesterday. Let's take a look at the reaction. Okay, that's that mauve area here. So look at that reaction to the earnings release for Lyft. Way down here, it's down 26%. Excuse me. So when I saw Lyft this morning, and I immediately pulled up the Uber chart. I didn't actually know that Uber had earnings pre-market, but look what it did. It had a gap down before, maybe in sympathy to Lyft. And then it released earnings this morning, and it actually was positive. But now it is starting to catch up to Lyft. It's only down 8%, whereas Lyft is down about 25%. So we'll see if Uber keeps falling and starts to catch up a little bit more to Lyft. But it's kind of interesting to see one is way down and Uber's down, but nowhere near as down as Lyft. Obviously, it's the numbers. So other things on the move here. Lithium, or Livent, I guess it is. LTHM. Earnings play, nice big gap up for it. That's a big gap up for it. 160 million in the float, not a crazy low float, but certainly a big gap up for it. Released earnings after hours, and it's held its after hours gap. It closed around looks around $26 after hours, and it's holding the after hours gap. Yeah, the RVSN, just watching it now. Give me a moment here, see if it gets back up to, I'm in a 216, 215, sorry, 215. Just got to watch it. Don't want to see it collapse on me. AMRN. Ooh, big disaster here, I think. AMRN. Earnings play, yeah, big. It's a cheap one. This is probably going to show up. Well, it definitely is a 10-day daily breakdown, and also is very close to an all-time low, and that is the AMRN. It's an earnings play, big gap down. So just keeping an eye on TUP, TUP. The only issue I had with TUP was the spread widened at times, but we'll see what happens. And we're just watching the RVSN. Light, LITE. Now this is low volume, but it's a big gap up on earnings for Light, LITE. Big gap up. The volume is low. But for those of you liking the little more expensive ones, this has room. Wow, this has still got a lot of room. I mean, look at the monthly chart. So last month's high was around 98. The next high in the week is 96. So this has room still. But, with this market, the sort of market that we're in, I'd be more inclined to be shorting these pops, but we'll see what happens. Here's another disaster. Wow. KZR, negative mid-stage data. Another disaster, down almost 30% through the 200-day moving average. And this is shortable for me. Yeah, lots of shorts, a million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So we'll see what happens on this one. I mean, look at the weekly chart. I mean, the next low looking left is 762. So that's about $1 away to a lot of support. This one could be sneaky. EURN, doesn't have a ton of room, but could be one of those that just keeps inching up. EURN, it's up 4%, 128 million in the float. No specific news on it, but Europe. The next high is looking left around 1210. So, I mean, it has a shot, I suppose, to get into, this area between 1250 and 13. And I'm not saying it's going to happen. Starbucks is an earnings play, and they are up on earnings. SBUX, another one that released earnings after hours and holding that after hours gap, and in fact increasing it. So SBUX is an earnings play. Yeah, Carvana. Zach pointed out CVNA. It's interesting. Well, what they've done is, I mean, they might be trashing it, but I don't know what their original price target was, but they're announcing a price target at 105. So my guess is that they probably had a price target a lot higher, and now they're dropping it. They don't quite say that in the press release. It says cut to equal weight from overweight. It was still a 105 price target. Yeah, good luck on that. LTHM continues, guys. Nice little earnings play. The next high looking left on the daily is 28.32. So it's getting, it's close to a lifetime high. LTHM. Okay, guys, I'm out of the RVSN. I may enter it later on. I took a little loss on that one, but I'm going to check. I'm going to put another price alert up in the, well, here's my original price alert. So I'm going to put a price alert on 220, see if it recovers. Again, the only reason is because of this price target of 7. Sometimes that can be a magnet. We'll see what happens later. Yeah, so we don't talk about stock picks like that. I mean, obviously we're talking about different stocks right now, Adrian. It's not like a pick. Like this is the one, pile into it. Oh, yeah, LTHM is still running here, guys. So again, closer it gets to this high here, 28.32. These shares are shortable. Tons of shares at Interactive Brokers. So, later on, I just have my doubts for any of these to hold their gaps. But we're in for a modestly good open here. I see the SPY's up a little bit. Of course, we have FOMC today. Looks like 50 basis points. I think that's the biggest hike since 2008. But I mean, the market seems to be prepared for that. And with oil prices on the move here, excuse me, one of these small ones that we used to follow a while back. Remember these days here with HUSA and Indo. So they're kind of getting a little bit frisky again. HUSA, also the Indo INDO. Let's not forget INVZ. INVZ. This is the one. It finally moved a little bit above the high of 2 days ago. Had the big press release, but it really. I mean, it moved. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it had a great gap up, but it just didn't sustain. Yesterday, let's see if it takes out 5. I mean, if it can take out 5, Next high looking left on the monthly is 647. But on the weekly, I think it is 513. Yeah, so 513 is the next high looking left on the weekly. So getting kind of close. So another lithium play. So LAC is another lithium play. So we've got the two lithium plays, LTHM and LAC, both releasing earnings. So actually, LAC is tomorrow. Okay, May 5th pre-market. So yeah, we're only a fourth right now. So yeah, so that is tomorrow, and LTHM was today. So LAC probably a sympathy play. And when I say today, I know they're released after hours, but really a lot of the action will be today. So LAC maybe a sympathy play. Investors thinking or traders thinking maybe they'll have similar to LTHM. All right, let me just see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, we have a few upgrades, a few more downgrades, so let me get some of them in. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. What I really look for is, do we have one stock with, say, multiple upgrades or multiple downgrades? And I don't think I'm seeing anything on the upside. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Yeah, I don't see any, again, I don't see any multiple downgrades. I was actually looking to see if Tupperware had a bunch of them. Don't even see one. Yeah, again, this is from briefing.com. I'm sure other sites probably have Tupperware and many others, but this is just from briefing.com. I always find it odd when you see when you see a downgrade. Yes, CVNA has been downgraded by Morgan Stanley, but they downgraded to a $105 price target. That's what they do. Not in every case, of course, but all right, RVSN getting frisky again. Yeah, I did see this SATL. Boy, what? Yeah, as Zach pointed out, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. What a short that was. And they did have some news. I guess they've got some kind of a deal with SpaceX launching some satellites. So, I mean, it's still up 18%, but that is a really, really big slide off that 18 level. And it is interesting because that was the initial pop, and then it looks like it tried again. So lots of opportunity to short it if you had shorts. It's not like this was just a flash down. Well, let's take a look at oil prices today. They're about 109 maybe, or in that ballpark. Let me just check my website for oil prices. Yeah, 108 for Brent, 109, basically 109 for Brent, 106 for WTI, and TUP. Yes, I hear TUP. TUP making new lows. What I mean by hearing it, this is what I use pre-market. So I have this text to voice. So she is saying TUP, TUP, TUP. Well, let's see, real. Maybe it'd be awesome if it get down to that 10 mark. So I can almost guarantee that when we take a look at the sectors, that the energy sector, 100% of them are going to be up from yesterday's close. I'm going to do that in about 2 or 3 minutes. Take a look at what sort of resistance we have for RVSN. So the next high looking left, it did get up to 225. I had actually a little gain in it, but I decided to wanted to hold on to see if it gave me more. So I took a small loss on this one, RVSN. And it did get up to 225. And when you look left on the daily chart, it looks like 229. Yeah, 229 is the next high. And then there's 229 again and 224. So it's got a bit to get through this 230 level. Then 252. So there's little pockets of resistance for this thing to move up. And again, the only reason is these firms putting these pretty aggressive price targets. So a $7 price target put on. So that is the reason for the big 55% pop. It's traded 15 million already, only 7 in the float, 7.7 in the float. So this is going to trade the float multiple times. It's already done it over twice now. Be interesting. I'm pretty sure TUP is going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And the reason, obviously, it is a 10-day daily breakdown, but other filters have to be satisfied. But we'll have to see. Okay, I'm even gonna resist the urge to cover some at that whole number. I resisted at 13. I'm gonna resist at 12. There we go. Wow. Now a little pop over 12 gets me out of some. This spread is the only issue. 1167, 1190. All right. As I keep an eye on that top, let's take a look at the sectors. New channel. I'm sorry. From the toolbar, click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. And here are theme-based channels. One of them being the sector status. Do a quick look to see what's happening. I'll guarantee this is 100%. Yay, I'm right. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's the energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make it up. And what that 100% refers to is that every single stock is above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. Okay. And that was fairly easy to predict with oil being up this morning. Okay. Now, other sectors, let's take a look. Again, we're going to have a positive open for how long, I don't know. So let's take a look at some of the other sectors. So financial, 83% of them are above yesterday's close. Utilities, of course, a flight to dividends and stuff that usually is indicated for utilities. That's why people sometimes go into utilities. Sort of defense stocks. I don't mean defense as in war. I'm talking about defensive defensive ways to protect yourself, I guess, when the market's down, getting into utilities, dividend-bearing stocks. Not, I mean, do they work all the time? Of course not. But that's why you see utilities a lot of times up when the market is down. But this can change rapidly once this market opens. I don't really see, other than financials 81, materials 80, but the big one right now, obviously, energy. So if you're looking to play energy today, as long as that maintains, that is the sector to focus on. A flight to safety, that's what I meant to say regarding utilities. I didn't mention this one. I have my doubts about it, but anyway, yeah, in fact, look what happened. Look what happened. OTLY, this is an earnings play. I saw this. I thought, okay, maybe, just maybe. This was a much hyped IPO back here, $22, and it's just been an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. And look at it now, probably going to go negative. I mean, it got as high as 428, and it's barely above yesterday's close now. Top continues underneath that 12 level. RVSN is bottoming tails, but there are also some topping tails. So the bottoming tails being formed. Remember what that means. The sellers had this down all the way, just about down to $2. Okay, and then the buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again down to 208. And the buyers are, somewhat in control. The issue, of course, are the two topping tails before. So again, if it could take out this 228 level, it might get it rolling again. And again, my only reason for focusing on this is because of that $7 price target put on by Aegis. Didn't see, do I see Mitch MTC? Yeah, I do see Mitch. You're right. Another earnings dump. Looking down here, so anything in blue, 0.25. 0.25 means they release earnings before the market opened today, and minus 0.25 designates after hours yesterday. So there's the Mitch, MTCH. Yeah, another disaster. So again, of course, I'm sharing all this. This is these ones are being shared. Just have to go to my home site, my homepage, and that's what I've been using. My pre-market actives up and down, almost unchanged for, I don't know, 8 to 10 years. So again, you can go to my homepage if you're looking for something like that to get you prepared for what might happen once the market opens. Again, when we talk about all these stocks in the pre-market, it doesn't mean that, okay, now you buy them or you short them. You have to wait for them to set up a bit. Don't guarantee anything is going to continue. But if you go to my homepage and go to the scans section, you'll see the pre-market actives up and down. Our VSN is still the top one in terms of a percentage gain, up 62%. LTHM continues to move, up 26% with a gap. Here's another earnings play, guys. EQNR, another, where are you at again? Norway, that's right. So a European, with all that's happening over there with oil and gas, etc. So here's EQNR is an earnings play. And so when you look left, I think it's above that 36.22. Yes, it's above that high. So the next high is 36.90. And then after that, 38.26. Again, when I point all these out, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. It's just these are interesting levels when you look left on a daily chart, because these stocks are already at the pre-market high. This one is starting to ramp up for some reason. DM, it has earnings on the 10th. If there's any specific news today on it. This is DM. Big float, 215 million in the float, so certainly not a low float, but it's on the move for some reason. And I don't see any specific reason. And May 10th, it does have earnings. All right, well, RVSN, are you ready to rip again? Yeah, we already talked about that. All right, guys, well, looking ripe again for the RVSN. Yeah, we already talked about that SAPL. We just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, I'm back. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Of course, I'm not counting the pre-market, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And if you're new to trading, that would be a recommendation. Maybe even sit out the first 30 minutes. I know you're going to miss those runners that keep going and going and going, but in my experience, you get so many stocks that are very, very whippy in the first 15 to 30 minutes. Up, down, up, down, up, down. And it is 1 minute to the open. Thank you, William. Yes, so we have less than a minute. There's another earnings play, guys. ETH, didn't see this one really. Let's see, yeah, down at 11, 12%. The volume is starting to pick up. ETH is another earnings play. All right, we have about 10 seconds to the open. All right, we are now open. And there goes RVSN, guys. We're now open. Okay. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just rearranging some things. All right, so what else do we have here? Fresh, FRSH. This is an earnings play. Yes, it is. So this is something that is moving down also. All-time low. Look at this one, all-time low. FRSH. This could show up in my on my 10-day daily breakdown. So my guess is if it takes out this low again, right down here, 1478, it's probably going to show up on that 10-day daily breakdown. There's Uber. Uber is actually in it now, 26.91. But again, I don't like to, unless a stock is at the lifetime low also, I don't like taking these too early. Look at this market. Yeah. So we had a glimpse of positivity at the beginning here, but now look at this market on the open. All right, I've covered quite a bit now that top, just watching it as it was getting close to that 12 level. So I've covered most of my top. Well, we've got Lyft and Uber showing up on that 10-day daily breakdown. Lyft is closer to an all-time low. Where could support be? Wow, that's even below that. So I think the all-time low must be 1456. So Lyft on the way down, earnings play. Yeah, RVSN all over the place. Let's see. I'm going to try one more time on a price alert of around 224 and see if it gets back up there. Otherwise, I'd probably just forget about it for a while. TUP is right back down. Again, I don't have as much, obviously, I don't have as much left. I should say obviously, but I don't have as much left. All right, guys, I'm just trying to keep an eye on this RVSN, see if it gets back down, back up to that 220, mid 220s. Look like it's trying. XP, what are you? XP, is this an earnings play? Yes, another earnings play. Another one close to an all-time low. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. So we're getting some early ones. And this is what I'm talking about right here. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Now here's on the upside, I just have my doubts in this market. Things are going to continue. Well, both Uber and Lyft guys, Uber and Lyft are just accelerating the move down now. And how can we forget Redbox, RDBX? Okay, it's still alive. I have an alert at the high of yesterday, 851. I know you're giving up a ton, but traders will probably get interested in this again if it gets over that. INVZ is challenging 5 now. INVZ challenging 5. Yeah, I didn't take it. I did not take the Uber, but I mean, it's just a little too early for me to do it. And had it been closer to an all-time low, I probably would have done it. But we had the alert. But that's me. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to trading. But there was the alert at 26.91, 26.25 now. Well, let's take a look at Lyft now, 21.85. So it is still, but it is way down compared to Uber. I mean, it's down 30%. Uber is down. It's catching up. Uber is down 10%. So it certainly is catching up. Mara, of course, Bitcoin play. It was actually up in the pre-market, but look at this, just giving up. Oh, it's an earnings play. It's an earnings play. So they actually, I'm sorry, they released after hours today. They released after hours today. Who really thinks they're going to have good earnings? Do you? So Mara, it's an earnings play after hours. However, I guess they're conditioning the market. I don't know if they're pre-releasing, but they're saying, this is the headline that I'm seeing, a 31% drop in April self-mined Bitcoin. And that is from Mara. Peloton, another disaster, guys. Look at Peloton, almost on all-time low now, PTON. Not an earnings play. They release on the 10th. I bet you, if you're, it's going to be disastrous. I mean, look, it's already probably built in most of it, but still, it's not going to be pretty. Well, Lyft and Uber, guys. Lyft and Uber. And here's Kezar. So Kezar, all right. Well, RVSN, you're just making me a little crazy, but let's see if it moves from here. Kezar, what was the news about them again? I think it was mid-stage, yeah, mid-stage negative data on their mid-stage study. It's a bio, of course. KZR. Now, what do we see looking left? Looking left, 734 on the monthly chart. So it's got a little bit of room there. And that looks probably the same. 795 is the low on the weekly chart. So it's getting so close to that 8 level. It looks like there's a lot of support around that 8 level. So I'm just not as interested in taking a short on it. Well, RVSN has been whippy, but trying to get back up again. Now, this can be a crazy one. NEGG, guys, NEGG. Not an earnings play, just checking to see if it was earnings. Nope. And of course, this is a fairly low float, 11.7 million in the float. It's had some crazy days. So looking left, the next high is 735. That's kind of close. But just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on NEGG. Wow, Lyft just Another one making that list on the 10-day daily breakdown is INFN. Again, close to an all-time low. Man, Lyft is just accelerating the move down. I don't hear Uber. So what has Uber done? Yeah, it's the next low it makes, I'll also hear it. When I say hear, I've got a sound alerts on these, and it is a grunt from a pig. So it's over and over and over and over. Yeah, so totally out of the Tupperware. Nice trade. Oak Street Health. This is another earnings play. Okay, another earnings play released after hours. Um, no real reaction, hardly any reaction whatsoever. Market opens, and here we go. OSH. And what do we see for 2104 is the next high looking left. So it's got some room. You know what, guys? I took myself out of this. I've got small gain, basically covered my first loss on the RVSN. Popped up to 244. Thought, okay, maybe it'll start to really run, but the minute it started pulling back, I got out of it. So I'm flat this one. Took a small loss and a small gain to counteract. Another earnings play. Boy, this is Tell. Look at Tell. Another earnings play. It actually was positive pre-market, and now the market opens and just collapsing. We're saying how we have 1,000 companies releasing earnings this week, and we're going to get a lot of these companies that are not wildly known, but look what they can give you. So remember, I was talking about the lithium and thinking, or Livent, I guess it's technically, I call it lithium. So not really trusting any of these things that really pop, especially in these market conditions right now. People are just getting so conditioned to just shorting these pops. Well, look at this one. CHGG actually is now above yesterday's high, I believe, 818. Yeah, 18, or sorry, 1818. And it has a big gap. Of course, it got thumped yesterday. This was an earnings play. Released earnings after hours the day before. This was a reaction, but it is trying to recover in a modest way. And that's the CHGG. All right, here's another one showing up. CNDT, what are you all about? CNDT is another earnings play. Not quite an all-time low. Look at these, just disaster, one disaster after another. Remember Western Digital from yesterday with all the news of Elliott kind of making a very hard demand that they split their businesses up, flash drives and hard drives, or flash memory, I guess. So Western Digital it is above yesterday's high right now, 62.61. And when you look left, 69.36 on the monthly, 66.10 on the weekly. So still has a little bit of room. All right, what is the market doing? So we got a minor disconnect taking place right now. The Dow is up, so the so-called value stocks up, growth stocks down a little bit, NAS is down, SPY's, yeah, it's up a little. Well, guys, I guess we shouldn't completely lose sight of the RVSN. I mean, it's been very, very choppy. Look at all these, look at that bottoming tail on the 15, the topping tail on the 15, and just kind of trying to figure out a direction right now. This is not shortable for me, so I don't know how many other, I'm sure there are other brokerages that have shorts available for this, but, and of course, why I always point that out is that if you're long something, and when I check out Interactive Brokers, and if others are saying, well, I don't have shorts either. Now, except for Zach, who has Centerpoint, probably has a lot of shorts for virtually everything. But if it's not, if most brokerages don't have shorts available, then you don't, then you look at it and go, well, okay, at least there's no downward pressure from shorts piling in. It's a way to look at it. Parts guys, PRTS's car parts earnings play. That's interesting. 884 looks like 884. Yeah, 884, is that right? 852 is the next high looking left for parts PRTS. So a little bit interesting. So we're seeing some reversals with the market, except for Lyft. No reversal for Lyft, LYFT. No reversal for XP. Oh, this was a good one from that 2061. I didn't take it. It was a little early and it wasn't quite the all-time low, so I just backed off. Again, I'm conservative. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to trading. But this is what I'm talking about. We had an alert here. If you're following this one, 2061, 1960 now. It's an earnings play. It must be an earnings play. And we have another one. Is this another earnings play? See all these earnings plays, guys. I mean, yeah, they're not the Microsofts and the Apples and the Facebooks. Who cares? Look at these earnings plays. EHTH, another one, just popping up here. So this is actually quite a reversal for Tupperware. TUP. All right, don't look now. SOUN, guys. Again, this was one of the crazy ones for the last couple of days. SOUN, it's still down for the day, but remember, this is what it did yesterday. Got all the way up to 18 before it absolutely plummeted. Yeah, look at eHealth go, guys. EHTH. This is actually just showed up on the option scanner. What's the market doing? Yeah, the market. Look, I mean, look how erratic the market is right now. Look at that first candle in the SPY, big bottoming tail, and then we have a pretty big topping tail. The next candle. Of course, this hasn't closed yet. Another 8 minutes to close. Another earnings play, guys. JHG. JHG. Another earnings play on the way down. I just mentioned PRTS. Look at PRTS go. Just mentioned it just on that 8 break. Again, understand, I don't tell anybody to take trades. I just point some opportunities out. If it meets your trading plan, then you can go ahead. Otherwise, all right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is kind of interesting happening. And we have a halt. I'm sorry, wow. Remember this crazy one? So this tenon got halted several times. I didn't even notice it. It's just resumed, TNON. And boy, this got up, today it got up to 44. Oh man, no volume, no volume whatsoever. This was I guess an IPO back here. Boy, lift still looks weak, guys. I know somebody went long, JK, still look like it's weakening. All right, RVSN, is this the time now you finally just say, leave everything behind and get close to 7? Oh, again, that's a crazy price target put on it by Aegis. Another one, FTCH Fetch, or Farfetch, I guess. Farfetch, almost getting down to an all-time low. Yeah, I actually tried to short a little bit of this Kezar, but they won't give it to me. The uptick rule in effect. Lots of shorts available, but the uptick rule is in effect. Stock is down, of course, way more than 10%. Well, I don't know where your stop is, Jay, but Lyft is continuing to move down here. Boy, it's getting close to an all-time low. Wow. I don't hear Uber. I don't hear Uber. So yeah, look what's happened with Uber. Uber has had a little pop. So there must have been a big difference between earnings between Lyft. I mean, they're both down, but Lyft is way down. The big level would be 250 for the RVSN. Big level. Yeah, and here we go, guys. Remember I mentioned this LTHM. I really have a difficulty with these ones that are popped, even if it is earnings. So this is now gapping down, starting to gap down. This is a gap up and reverse. All right, RVSN. Well, maybe. Let's see. What did I say was the next high looking left? 252. So 252 is the next high looking left. After that, 259. After that, 275. So all these little areas, but well, for you AMC trackers, AMC moving down. Boy, they have earnings on the 9th. That should be interesting. All right, guys, I just, I say 9:59, it's almost 10 o'clock. So what you're seeing here, this is my watch list, okay? And it doesn't get too many alerts all day long. Well, that's the idea. So of course, these are ideas. Remember, they're ideas. So for instance, the idea, and nothing will start in here, these two windows until at least 9:45. I do that on purpose, try to eliminate stocks that just move up and down, up and down. So there's the lift. The idea to short at 2109, 2056. The Kezar at 814, 805. And this is a real cheap one, 161 and AMR. So, I mean, all these shorts would have worked to a certain degree, especially the lift. My doubts, well, the RVSN, you know, I don't know what's going to happen with this. If it takes out that 250 level with any enthusiasm, it could get running again. But so that's what this watch list is all about, especially if you're new to trading. You know, just to concentrate on just a few alerts over the course of the day or ideas. And again, I tried to short the Kezar, but I mean, I could try to chase it down. And if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about in terms of this uptick rule, when the stock is down over 10%, and even if you're broke, I mean, there are 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers available to short, but so normally, if the stock is not down 10% and you have shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you usually get a fill, pretty quickly. Just like if you're going long, you go in at the ask, you get a fill. But if a stock is down more than 10%, you can go in at the bid and you can sit there for a while, and there has to be some action back at the ask and then comes back down to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. And so it can be very frustrating. And I typically do not chase it down. If I can't get it almost immediately, I just sort of say, okay, on to the next one. And yeah, I mean, this could lose another dollar, but I won't lose any sleep. Yeah, CFDs are, as far as I know, are not available in North America. I think that's a European thing. As far as I know, they're not available in North America. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I should point out. So very few rules in the room, really. I mean, obviously, I have this thing called, well, a tab called stocks only. That is just specific stocks. Okay, specific stock. Okay, everything else is probably off topic. And we do have a swing trading tab. So for those of you involved, like liking to swing trade, you can toss around ideas here. And virtually everything else then is going to be off topic unless you're talking about a specific stock. Yeah, well, this is my miss, I guess. The lift. I just didn't want to take it that early. But 2185, wow, 2023 now. Whew. Okay, Eat just showed up, okay, in my 10-day daily breakdown. This was the low, I think this is the pre-market low, about 32. So Eat just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And the alert was at 3305, so it's still kind of hanging in here. I'm willing RVSN to take out that 250 again. Another little earnings play, guys. XP, EXPI, another one that gapped up and now is giving it up. And it's actually not quite negative yet, but I mean, it's just hard to find buyers. The low looking left is 13.97, so it's got some room. Got about a dollar, a little over a dollar to hit that next low. Give me a moment. My Bluetooth just disappeared on me. All right, I'll bet you this is an earnings play. RVLV, another earnings play. RVLV showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Underneath that whole number, so look left. What's the next low looking left? No, that's on the monthly. So on the weekly, can't even see anything on the weekly. Looks like 30.91. 31.38 looks like the next low looking left. Man, oh man, lift, 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 lift. Sorry, JK, I know you're long this, but boy, that is just a disaster. And look at the SPY. I mean, we're NAS is of course negative, and the Dow is going to turn negative pretty soon. Of course, we have FOMC at 2 o'clock. Everybody's expecting that 50-point rise. All right, Uber now just made another new low. I'm hearing the grunt from my 10-day daily breakdown. So it just made another new low. Uber. Yeah, wouldn't you know it? NEGG is on the move here. Oh, on the move down. Oh, on the move down. Oh, wow. I don't know. Any of you guys, I didn't see this. Well, I saw it at the beginning. What a short that was. Oh, NEGG. My goodness. And there were shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. What a short that is. Zach, William, either you guys take that one? And that's the NEGG. I know it's not showing up on your topping play, but man. Is this Denny's? Yeah, Denny's. Nothing safe, guys. May 3rd, post market, least earnings, no big reaction. Market opens, splat. And this is DNN. Well, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is around 850. Oh, brother. Yeah, so if you won't look at this one, almost an all-time low now, the AMRN. AMRN, and it is an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Almost an all-time low. Another disaster. Well, Larry, you obviously didn't buy enough of them. Well, I don't know if it's a reaction to the Fed. I think it's just hard to find buyers, regardless of what the Fed is going to come out say today. Probably the 50-point rise. It's just hard to find buyers right now. We're in that mindset. It's that simple. Yeah, tons of earning disappointments. Sure. All right, guys, I am out of the RVSN completely now again. So, okay, this one finally opened. AUST. All right, AUST, look at that. 3.3 million, $4, $4 to $6 was the projection. So it's at 715 now. Roth is behind it. This can be kind of crazy. And shoot, I was just going to buy it and it just got halted. Now, why would I do that? Why would I buy this? Because very low float, excuse me, very low float. The projection was 4 to 6. And it obviously is above that. And sometimes on the day of, they can go absolutely crazy. So I was going to buy a little bit just to see, but it got halted just as I was going to place my order. Well, we'll have to see what happens on this one. Again, this is not, these are very, they're scary, but here's the halt. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but trust me, it is the AUST. And projection of the open 715, 720 probably will not open there. Man, Cam, you in the room? You are usually our resident low-priced IPO man. Yeah, I mean PRTS off earnings. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. I mean there was the alert at 8:10. Pretty good. I mean this was a pretty good alert also for EHTH at 10:56. It got up to 11:50, 11:40 or so before it really pulled back. Yeah, it's a workout. I mean, you know, it's too bad it didn't have a bigger gap to fill, RVSN. I think if it had a bigger gap to fill, I mean, it still might really rock, but you know, it had all these little, what I call little pockets of resistance. Just a minute, please. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Maybe tomorrow I'll be a little more aggressive in taking some of these or a little earlier. There's the DENN, Denny's. Yeah, look at this. Okay, so Dow is still barely positive. Now we're gone negative. So no disconnect now. There are a lot of traders, new traders have not seen a market like this. Well, I mean, we had that, obviously we had the big pandemic breakdown, but you know, it's funny. It seemed like, I mean, it was a month, but look at the next month and then, you know, the screaming higher. So it didn't last that long, really. This has a different feel to it. Okay, so how to set sound alerts, just go to your alert window, right click, and click on properties, and then click on actions. Now, before I do this, can you hear me and can you see what I'm doing? Stochastic. Okay, so I'll start it again. So right click on the alert window, properties, actions, and now just follow this. So click on the play sound and click on the set up sound. So you can have one alert window text to speech if you want. You don't have to, of course. It's pretty popular. And I say one because the whole idea of sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on your different alert windows. If you had text to speech on all of them, you'd never know which window to look at. Hopefully that makes sense. So you can have one of them. You don't have to. Otherwise, click on this, the use custom sound, and then select. And here are 3 folders. Mad Money, voice number 1, and web. Click on Mad Money as an example. Here are some sound alerts. So for instance, I've got the pig for my ones that are moving down. So if you click on pig and open it and then play it, and if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to that alert window that you started the whole process. Okay? And don't forget to save your work. And when you exit trade ideas, anything you do, change a sound alert, add a sound alert, change a column, whatever you do, don't forget to save your work when you leave. Yeah, it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Okay, guys, super active morning. So before I go any further, I do want to point out that I don't think the promo code has been added to my homepage yet. I have to rely on somebody else to do it. I'm not sure he's up yet. He's on the West Coast. I'm not sure he's up. So I'm going to put this in here. All right, so there is the promo code to use, okay? So say Mayo, Cinco de Mayo course tomorrow. Mayo sale 25 for 25% off. And where to find all that? I'll go over my homepage. Well, actually, the other thing before I do that, okay. Yeah, before I do that, talk a little bit about the test drive that is coming up, fast approaching. Starts on May the 16th. Okay, so I put so the trade idea is May 16th to 29 test drive. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 16th to the 29th. It is 10 trading days with trade ideas, okay? So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You'll get no live data until the 16th. You will have access to the program on the 13th, though, about an hour, that's the Friday before, but an hour after the market closes, so you can play around with trade ideas for the balance of Friday, and then, of course, on the weekend to get prepared for the test drive. So it costs $11.11. And once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't worry about that. We do this about 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. And you'll have access to the full premium service, except you will not be able to auto trade. Okay, that's the only thing you won't be able to do. Otherwise, you'll have access to the full premium service. So again, you're pre-registering if you sign up today. Please do not, once you've done this, and don't harass our support people saying, "Hey, I just registered. Where is my data?" You got to read it. It doesn't start. Your live data does not start till the 16th. So that's the test drive. Give me a moment. Now my homepage. Okay, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, so it hasn't been changed yet. So again, use the other promo code, of course, to get 25% off, and that is Mayo Sale 25. Okay, all in caps, except for the 25 numeric, and you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So you can take 25% off the premium annual, which is so 25% off the 2000 and 25% off the 1000 for the standard. Okay. The big difference is the AI. Let's see what's happening today. Actually, it's not too bad. There's a short on Andy, ANDE. But that's the main reason. But again, if you're going to be part of the test drive, you'll have access to it. However, this is what I would do. You can start off with a standard subscription. You'll get the 25% off that first month, or the premium, 228, you'll get 25% off the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. Nothing wrong with having a monthly subscription. But if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I'd like to upgrade to an annual from either of these two plans, we will honor the 25%. Okay. So there's no rush to take an annual. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this product. Just start off with a monthly. And if you like it, of course, you can maintain the monthly or you can upgrade to an annual. So on my homepage, there's a lot of information. So if you're starting out, and this is what I would do if you're going to take the test drive, first of all, save my link because I have access to all this anytime you want. But if you're taking the test drive or you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, please do this first. The Let's Get Started, goes over the download and installation, the first startup and login. These are all, there are 10 sections, take you about 30 minutes to go. They're all the 10 different videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Okay. That's the first thing I would do. So again, on my homepage, you can get the trade of the week, which is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video at around noon Eastern. That's free. And then the other part is the education. So if you've already taken the Let's Get Started, now you want to dive into it a little bit more. And here's a great user guide. Now, do not get hung up on how much there is in the user guide. It's like any other user guide, they can be very daunting when you first look at them, but you can kind of pick and choose. I don't know, I would start off with the alert windows and top list windows to find, dive into it a little bit more, explaining what they are. I mean, here's the channel bar. So but I would definitely take a look at the alert windows and top list windows. You asked earlier, somebody asked about sound alerts, so there are sections here that you can take a look at. And then we have a full table of contents. For instance, if you typed in sound here, you would have been brought down to the sound alerts as an example. Okay, so all searchable. Here's that getting started again. So the daily support session. So at noon, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And again, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there between 12 and 1 if you want to. And then between 3:30 and 4:30 today, Chris Farley will be there. And the daily webinars, we're on the Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And last, if you're new to trading, a great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is a great series. So again, save my link. Sorry, I saved my link because there's a lot of information, of course, here in the getting started, but, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention my scans. And in the education. Last but not least, my scans. So you've been hearing me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown as an example. But here are the scans that I am sharing. Obviously, you have to be a member of Trade Ideas, but these are the scans that I am sharing. These are the ones I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down, but I have a lot of different types of scans here. So when you start off with Trade Ideas, if you don't want to build any scans to begin with, or ever, you can have access to mine. Plus, before I do that, I just want to, quickly, explain what Trade Ideas is. Of course, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. market. Doesn't matter who you doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter where you live, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So again, I explained that I'm sharing a lot of scans. And also from here, if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels, all theme-based channels. So for instance, our momentum channel, here's the PRTS from earlier as an example. So if you like the look of this, you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind seeing what this is all about. And the same thing with my scans. All you have to do is right-click, configure, summary, and it's going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, if the price is between 1 and 50 and 100,000 shares minimum, etc., these are the filters. If these filter values are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, then we get a real-time alert. That's why we see this one. Now, why it says 1021, and you're looking, well, wait a minute, it's 1028, because when I loaded this window, this was the last alert. Okay. Now, you, of course, can make changes if you want. For instance, if you didn't like this price range, you wanted it between 10 and 100, click on the summary, you see how it's changed now. So two things. I mean, if you like the way it is, you can save it to the cloud, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. You can save it to the cloud, or you can make a change, say okay, and then save it to the cloud. In other words, kind of customize it a little bit more. Then you can go to another channel and do the same sort of thing. Take a look at a scan there and something you might look at and say, yeah, wouldn't mind the idea of that. Okay. So the whole idea is then to go through the different channels and start to extract scans that you might like. And once you've done that, then you can bring them back one at a time and thereby creating a layout of scans that we have basically created for you. So if you don't want to build any scan at all, you don't have to really, because we have a lots, I've got all sorts of different scans that I'm sharing, for different trading styles. And of course, the channel bar, lots of different types of scans. So that Andy was a good short from the AI so far. 3702 was the alert, 3551. Actually, and it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 35. But the AI had it a lot earlier at 3702. So before I talk a little bit about the AI, of course, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So what the company did, started in 2003, they made a decision that feeling that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language to build their scans. So this is what they did. I right click on an alert window, click on configure, click on search. When you see these icons here, these are all of the alerts, different alerts that we've got. I predominantly use the new high and the new low, but we have a lot of other alerts. And when it changes to these icons, these are the filter icons. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. We had to create a lot of them because, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay. But do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. I don't know them all. I don't, I probably have used only about maybe 5% of them over all the time I've been a subscriber of Trade Ideas. So don't get hung up on that at all. Now, our premium service focuses really on the AI. There are some other differences, but this is what the AI looks like. Okay. What I would do is I would click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. That's all. Just do that. Don't go to the channel or anything like that. Just click on that and wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. So you can see here the Andy 3702. At this point, if you were still in the trade, if you hadn't traded out or traded out at all, you're up 5.6%. The eHealth short, it's working modestly well, but you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry. Again, you don't have to get in right at the penny, and you have a stop. Okay. And then how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that says, well, when you get an alert, this is how you trade it. Okay, I was going to go over this window called Brokerage Plus, but I don't understand your question. Where can I sort the columns that I have the symbol on the right? Don't quite understand the question, Roger. You can sort. Basically, sorting is for topless windows, and all you have to do is okay. Like here's my earnings. So if I want, I've got it sorted on the position and range. Okay, but if I want to sort it on the float, I just double left click. Okay, the header. If I want to sort it on the short float percent, I just double left click, sort it on this. Okay, so you just basically go to a column header and double left click rapidly. Okay, so you're not talking about that. Are you talking about like here where I've got volume today? Not the content. Okay, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Not the content. So when you, oh, okay, here. Well, there's no real point of sorting. If you, oh, okay, so you don't want to sort. You just want to change the order. Okay, so it's pretty simple. Just go click, left click on it. Okay, left click on the header. Keep it close and keep your obviously left click. Keep your finger down on the mouse as you're doing it, and then just move it. Okay, you should see a rectangular dotted line, rectangular box. You'll see it. I don't know if you can see it on my screen, but that's all you do. So left click on it, hold your mouse down, and then move it. Okay. Now I didn't chase this one down, but it's starting to move down. KZR. Boy, there's some great, unfortunately, I did not take too many of these, but there have been some great shorts from this 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, look at the RVLV now, where the alert was at 35, so it's down to 34 and moving down. Not a lot of support. Again, if you won't short, can't help you. I mean, if your account doesn't allow you to short, I understand. But if you've got some kind of a psychological issue about not shorting, I cannot help you. Or about shorting, I can't help you. right, guys, just. Yeah, I mean, you obviously, if you want to short a sector, yes, but I'm talking, of course, individual stocks. I rarely, and this is not suggesting others don't, but I rarely play the ETFs. Much rather play the individual stocks. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking to short a sector, you just buy the bear of that sector. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about this window, this big blue window that you see. We call it Brokerage Plus. So if your Brokerage Plus does not look like this, go to my homepage. Okay, go to the homepage. Click on that link. I've got it several areas. Go to the download area, scroll up, click on the download, and scroll down to where you see the beta. So if you're wondering what version you have right now, just click on help and about, and it'll tell you what your version is. I'm on a development version. Okay, that's why it says 7.7, but you can have access to the 7.6. If you don't care about the Brokerage Plus, that's fine. But one of the things I think why you should really update it, especially depending on the time zone you're in, our data now finally starts, both in the charts and our scanning, finally starts at 4 a.m. Eastern time and runs to 8 p.m. Eastern, okay? And that's only available if you're using that latest beta. Now, Brokerage Plus window. Let me just do something here. Okay, so assuming it looks like this, okay, and it'll say not connected. I'm getting ahead of myself. A moment as I get this link in. All right, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in, and you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. The short video shows you, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But again, listen really carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. We're a scanner, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, but you won't have access to this feature, but it's not mandatory to use it even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. And the reason I have to emphasize that is because we get so many calls saying, hey, I don't have an IB or E-Trade account. I guess I can't use Trade Ideas. No, 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 okay? Now, this is only available if you're using the app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. The second video is a lot longer, and it goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window. Okay, now you'll notice it says Brokerage Plus in the toolbar underneath, two options. One says live, one says sim. Sim for simulation, paper trading. So obviously, if you have that IB account or E-Trade account, you'll watch that first video, and it shows you how you can connect. I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. If you're new to trading, cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you can mint money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? Because in fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still deciding about who your broker is going to be, that's fine. But you want to practice, all you need is our standard service, and then you're ready to go. It uses our real-time data. So you'll see it says not connected. All you do is click on the sim. Then this will change to account. When it changes to account, you click on it and then it'll pop up simulated trading default. Now you can practice trading. Okay? It's really simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want and you're ready to go. Pick the price you want. Okay? So practice trading. Practice, 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 practice. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money attached to your real account. Well, what about SATL? Unless it's come back, it had a huge, yeah, I mean, I mean, hard to talk about really. I mean, what do you, what to say? I mean, they had a press release, their some deal with SpaceX to launch satellites. A lot of excitement at the beginning of the day, but just completely fell down. So not really sure what to say now, other than, maybe if it breaks 10, maybe, maybe get rolling again, but on volume. But right now, I mean, that's a huge, huge drop. All right, guys, I mentioned this one again. This is a real risky one, but it's SOUN. I mentioned this one earlier. It popped up here. It's trying to come back again. This was a real crazy one yesterday. It emerged from its SPAC and it became SOUN 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. There's the candle right there. 4 days ago, and it got all the way up. What did it get up to? 8.99. Did Wow, AUSD is not opened yet. Wow. That's pretty unusual, guys. I mean, that got halted at 10:11, basically a volatility halt. And usually these things are about 5 minutes or 5 minutes long, but obviously this is a long, long halt. Vicky, I don't know. Unless they're trying to really crack down on these little ones with hardly any shares issued, low price, and they can go crazy. I really don't know. I've not seen that before. Not on a if it's truly a volatility halt, I've not seen that before. Maybe 10 minutes, I think on the outside, 15. All right, so this is from Zach Scan. 2150 was the alert. What did it get down to? 2090, not that far away. So let's see if this has any sort of a bounce with the market. Look at the market trying to bounce here. This is not an earnings play, so it wasn't down specifically because of earnings or any other bad news that I can see. Though I can see a price target was cut to 25 from I don't know what price, from 34 by Citigroup. But if the market, like to see the market move a little bit higher though, to take any bounce right now, in my opinion. Now I saw Aecon earlier. This is I had any news. I did see this one up here, but but then I just watched it drifting down, 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 down. I mean, it's a low float, 3 million in the float. It's traded the float, three times now, more than three times now. Definitely a nice short from the AI and the ANDE through the 200-day moving average, earnings play. Down nine, that's a 9% gain now. ANDE. Another earnings play. Yeah, I've never heard of this one. Maybe I have, but not recently. But TMDX, okay? TMDX, xylophone, not S. TMDX, another earnings play. And through the 200-day moving average, gap through it. And let's take a look left on the monthly chart. Getting close, 28.24. So 28.24 is the next high looking left on the monthly. So this could be, this is one that I'd be probably looking to maybe short this. As it's closer to that high looking left, I just don't trust anything to keep running. Look at the volume increasing too on that 5-minute chart for Aecon, ACON. Look at that volume increasing. HAYW, kind of interesting. It got hit yesterday. I'm not sure exactly why. It did recover a bit, but the high is 1551, starting to approach that, HAYW. I can't remember exactly why that happened. Had earnings on the 28th, so it wasn't that. Well, I keep an eye on this one. I mean, this TMDX. I mean, I just the market's starting to move down again. I mean, I just can't believe these things are just going to keep moving higher. We know it again. 20. What did I say was the next high looking left? Very close to it. 28.24. So it's not that far away. Western Digital, remember I was talking about that one? Big news yesterday for it, but look at it sliding away. Oh, so that's a nice drop, guys. I mean, from 28 down to 27.43 for the TMDX. WDC, remember, and look at this one sliding 63 down to 61. Yeah, right now there's really nothing that's safe, in my opinion. Let's see, let's take a look at the now this is a little bit different, okay? Then now this is the change from the open. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. This is why I have this. This is now the change from the open. So remember, if you're here in the pre-market, remember I looked at this, I looked at all these sectors at around 920. And at that point, every single stock was up from yesterday's close. That was at 100%. Look what has happened since the market opened. Okay, 85% of them are down from the open. So even though XLE was really strong at the beginning, it has obviously been sliding. Okay, this is why I think it's more valuable to see. You know, it's okay to take a look at this before the market opens and have it on the change from the close. But this gives you, in my opinion, anyway, a way better indicator of what's actually happening, because you wouldn't have known this if I go back. I mean, I'm sure we're not going to say 100%, but if I go back to I mean, probably the energy stocks are probably still, a lot of them are going to be positive, but we look at that. So if you looked at this right now, you'd be thinking, all right, energy, not bad. 90% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay. However, the better picture is what have they done since they opened? And 85% of them have slid. Hopefully that's a really important concept. That's why I've changed most of my scans, most of them, to the change from the open as opposed to change from the close. All right, another little one, BHG, an earnings play. It is starting to kick around here, May the 4th. So it released earnings before the market opened. No huge reaction, but starting to run a little bit now. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Fling has been flung down. I mean, again, a little pop up here, but just a gap up and reverse. Not an earnings play. I didn't take it, but I know I pointed it out. Some of you were a little more aggressive. Look at the SOUN now, guys. I mean, this could this could do something crazy. You know, it's trading on its own. Doesn't really can. Look at the volume increasing. SOUN. I mean, again, it got, what did it get up to yesterday? It got up to 18. Imagine that, 18. but you've got to be awfully careful because that just absolutely collapsed after that. Closed, $6 lower. Okay, the EDR is a little modest bounce, even though the market is not really helping it. EDR from Zacks I did not take it, but a modest little bounce. Look at the SOUN. Oh man, what's the spread like? Yeah, not terrible for this sort of a stock. Pre-market high was 1277. Another earnings play. Look at this one. Lung. Wow, look at the room underneath maybe. Lung, Lung. Another earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Zero reaction. When the market opened, it actually popped up. Probably in very little volume. The volume isn't great. 4.5 times normal, but still overall volume is not great. But so it probably went up in very little volume, way up to 27, crashed down. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Nothing on your topping plays yet, Zach. BHC. I see why you're talking about BHC. Look at this. Almost an all-time low. Of course, you really have to back this out. This did some reverse splits, I think. You really got to back this out to see what really this one was all about. I don't know if it did any reverse splits, but it changed. This was not BHC, it was something else. I should remember, but VRX, yes. Valiant. Always will remember this one because this is when is this October? This is October right here. Yes. On this day, now this is the month, of course, this is the month candle, but on that day, I can't remember what day it was in October, we actually launched the AI. And this was the first short it took, and it dropped about 100 points. We're going, wow, okay. It was the very first trade that was identified in the AI, and it dropped about 100 points, I think, that day. We can't have any more, sweetie. Okay, what do we got going? Just looking again some of my thumbnails, see if they're disappointment for me on the Kezar. No, I see it popped, okay, but boy, all the way down to 750. Great percentage move from the initial alert. Well, there's no way of knowing, no way of knowing how long it's going to keep being halted. Well, there might be a way, but uh, certainly nothing in the headlines. It's just very strange that it's been halted this long on a volatility halt. It doesn't say a news halt, so I don't know. But it has been halted since 10:11. So what are we now? 11, almost an hour, 10 minutes more, about an hour. So that's a long halt for some reason. I don't know why. Now I'm glad I didn't get it. I was ticked off that I didn't get it. I was all set to buy it around that 7 mark because again, these things can go do this some very strange, crazy things on the first day. So now I'm pretty happy I did not get it because this is a very strange halt. Yeah, what a bounce. No kidding, what a bounce. Where was the last alert? 17, yeah, 1710. Well, even if you put an alert at 1710. Well, I didn't know it was going to be halted, PJ, of course. I had no idea it was going to be halted. I wasn't trying to buy it before the halt. That wasn't the plan. I think you know that though. I wasn't all right, guys. Boy, WDC is continuing to slide. WDC is continuing to slide. Well, I think what he's talking about though is anticipating something that is going to get halted, Paul. I think that's what he's talking about. Obviously, you can't buy it once it's halted, but I think he's saying you see something that's ripping higher. Sometimes a lot of times we can predict, oh, looks like it's going to get halted. So you do take it just ahead of the halt if you can. Sometimes I mean, we've seen it enough that usually the first halt is okay. You shouldn't get killed, even if it moved down. But yeah, I don't try to anticipate buying before a halt. No, that was more about the fact that this was this crazy, low priced, low volume, or shares issued IPO that sometimes they can go just absolutely crazy the first day. Well, here's another one, guys. Another one almost at an all-time low. I know it's like a broken record. DMTK, and it is another earnings play released after hours. If you saw the after hours reaction, you thought, oh, not bad, not bad. Even in the pre-market, no, too bad. 745 or 815 was up at 10 something. Boom, down to 8. Well, see, the Dow is trying to keep its head above water just a little bit. Nas is still giving it up. SPY is down. Well, as somebody said earlier, Poe, even though I think the whole world knows or think we know that it's going to be a 50% or 50%, wow, a 50 pointer, it's when you see it, when you actually see it and the reality sets in, yeah, you never know. I mean, the SPY will be wild regardless, but whether it's completely baked in now. Now, the interesting thing about the AUST, this was supposed to open a long time ago. Okay. I've had this in my IPO calendar for a long, long time. I can't remember what the first, I mean, it could be a month ago, even 2 months ago. And it finally opened today. Okay, guys, I am now back. Earnings play. Look at this one. AMCR. AMCR. I thought I had this listed. Oh, AMRN. Look at this earnings play, guys. And you know what? Kind of nice to be able to say this, an all-time high. AMCR, an all-time high. Huge float. 1.5 billion in the float. So look at this, an all-time high, AMCR. But again, my inclination is to try to, find a top on this. And how many shorts available? Oh, tons of shorts, 12.5 million. Of course, it has 1.5 billion in the float. Lots and lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. But I mean, it's nice to see, nice to be able to say all-time high. My guess, another earnings play. Yeah, look at this, guys. Remember, I mean, earnings. I think next week, I'm going to check to see how many. Look at this one. Here's another earnings play. BCOR just getting trashed. Maybe some support around 16, maybe. I mean, looking at that monthly chart, maybe through the 200-day moving average. Let me just do a check to see how many companies for next week. So again, this week, yeah, we've got actually more. I'm wrong. We have even more. 63 times 20, that's about 1,200 companies this week. This week. Okay. Next week, I mean, we have, so it drops about half. We have 1,200 this week. Still have a lot next week, about 600, 6 to 700 next week releasing earnings. Okay. And after that, it'll start to really tail off. So we've got this week. That's why I kept saying, we get into, in my opinion, the second tier, third tier of companies releasing earnings. I mean, unless you're an active trader, you've never heard of this one before. I mean, I do remember BCOR when it ran up like this. I do remember it. But, ask a guy in the street what Blue Cora is, they'll just stare at you. So, but when they have earnings, either to the upside or the downside, they're usually extremely active. And then they're just dormant, until another 3 months. All right, I continue to watch this Fling FLNG and see if it gets rejected here. At there's a few bottoming tails though, so this could be a potential, I guess, bounce candidate, I suppose. But it's a terrible spread, 81.98 on the spread. And the SPY, yeah, I mean, you would think the SPY will help move this down, but it's a pretty bad spread. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's take a look at RDBX. Now, I don't think I have it up on a scan somewhere. Ordinarily, I would just click on the alert. Okay, I would just click on it somewhere. Oh, I have it here. Okay, so same thing. So RDBX on the way up. Let's take just show you how it works. Just pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's go 300 shares. The spread, it's 2 cents right now, so I can buy it. I'll buy it at the market and send the order. Okay. Now you can practice trading. That's how you practice trading. Okay. Now, if I don't exit this at the end of the day, or sometime during the day, then you can practice swing trading. Okay, so if I want to get out of this trade right now, though, I would just highlight it. So I've had a bunch of trades here. I would just highlight the one I want to get out of, and I would click flatten, and that'll get me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half the trade, or I could double my position. These are just some hotkeys. Of course, I could pick how many shares right here if I only wanted to get out of 50 shares. But these are just some hotkeys. Okay. All right, well, this is actually having a pop here. The Flex FLNG, but it's a terrible spread, so I'm just gonna have to forget about it. All right, so if I want to get out of this trade right now, okay, just click flatten. Now you're out of the trade. Just want to show you how you can use the simulator, okay? Practice, practice, practice before you start to trade. So here's another one, guys. What are you doing? KYMR, KYMR. Another one showing up on my 20-day, my 10-day daily breakdown. And I think this was yesterday too. Yes, this was another one from yesterday. It's an all-time low. Okay, well, as long as it doesn't get above 21 for me, I'm in this short and just see what happens. It's an all-time low. Had a bad day yesterday. So in this particular case, the uptick rule, even though it was down 10%, didn't affect it. If we are, Vicky, I'm sure it's not anytime in the near future. You're talking about being able to reference intraday candles, things like that. Yeah, no. Well, I got knocked out of the KYMR, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I want to see if it takes out the 21 again. I'm just gonna stick an alert down here. Yeah, wow, look at that. Yeah, it opened at 13. Now it's got halted again though. So now I wish I had him. Oh man. You see what I'm talking about? That's why, I mean, had this been normal, I don't know why it took so long to open. I mean, it was an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 8 minutes, I guess. Hit the head. What are you, an old sailor, Don? I guarantee most of the people in this room would not have any idea what you meant. There you go, Marine Corps. Okay. I said most, William. Most. You, of course, are exempt. All right, guys, it is now 11:22, and I am just waiting to see where this stupid thing opens. Man, what was the relative volume like on this? Yeah, it was still pretty good. Well, I'm just going to wait and see if it takes out 21 again. I took a small loss on this one, the KYMR on the short. Want to see if it takes out 21 again. So actually, I will say this, PJ. I will say this. I would not mind buying into a halt ahead of the halt if it's the first halt. You know, I'll take my chances. We've just seen it so many times that that first halt, of course, is okay. You know, it's a risk. Everything is a risk, but usually the first halt. Now, is it usually a $6 jump? No, but usually the first halt is okay. Yeah, BHG. I'm just hearing it. BHG is still on. Excuse me, just a minute. Oh, sorry, I had myself on mute for a second there. Yeah, sorry about that. So we're talking about the another longer halt. Yeah, that's sort of personal, Joe, okay, in terms of risk per trade, et cetera. So we don't disclose how many shares we take, how much we make, how much we risk. At least I don't, all depending on your account size. In the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. That's ugh, BCOR. Okay, are we coming into a support area? I mean, looks like 16 or so could. Well, maybe not. I mean, I'm looking down here, 1553. That's the next low looking left, I think. 1562 for BCOR. Look at this drop, guys. I mean, what is it down? 22%. Yeah, I mean, there's my conservative nature here, though. ACON is on the move here. Hardly, yeah, very low float, very low float. Hit a high in the pre-market of around 266. When you look left, the next high would be 275, and then 405 over here. So this started trading as ACON back here. I don't know if it was a symbol name change or what the story is. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it is Steve today. I think it's Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. And a confirmation, it is Steve. Yes, it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. So in about a little less than half an hour, he'll be there. Okay, risky business, risky business. Take a look at the SOUN, okay? Take a look at the SOUN. You can kind of see that if it gets rolling again through this 1237 mark, you know, it could do something crazy again. So I have an alert set up in that area, but this is not for everybody, really. I know some of you will be looking at this. And the reason being, the magnet of yesterday's high, $8, $18. Not that I don't think it's going to get there, but that's all traders are looking at. What it did yesterday. All right, guys, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. right, guys, I'm back. Again, risky, 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 but you can just see what's happening here with the SOUN. Well, we have a 2.8 million float for STSS. Okay, that's what we have. That's what our provider has given to us. So you can check other sites and see if it's close. Oh, short float percent, we have none. We don't have, for whatever reason, we don't have a short float percent. Again, some of these really little ones, it's really hard to get a handle on stuff like that. Yeah, I'm looking at FinViz. They don't have any information either. They have the same number short, or they have the same number for the float, but they don't have short float percent either. So remember I was saying this is maybe the mini magnet. Okay, look what it did. Look what it did. Got up to 1280, and in the pre-market, 1280, 1280, two right there. I mean, you can just, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, that's where it stopped. I'm not saying it's going to stop there forever, but that's where it stopped, the pre-market high. Oh, wow. Oh, now this is going to, this is crazy. I'm going to be, I'm going to have dreams, nightmares of this one. So it just, I think it just got halted again, right? AUST just got halted again. So if you're at all wondering why, where are you, Cam? Are you not in your room today? If you're at all wondering why we try to track these very, very crazy low float IPOs that are very low price, this is why. On the first day. On the first day. Wow. Yeah, now this is the third, this is the third halt, right? So yeah, this is the one that could really cause the drop. Let me just check my calendar to see, today is Wednesday, right? Yeah, so let me just check the calendar to see if there's anything else that's coming up, maybe. There it is. Okay, so there is today. Let me just check the calendar. So this tomorrow, as an example, look at this one. Tomorrow, I'm sorry, Friday. 3 million shares, $4 to $6. Does that look pretty familiar? There's the AOST, 3.3 million, $4. Okay, these are these crazy. I don't care about the Bausch and Lomb, the Loom. I thought it was always Lamb. To be honest, 35 million, 21, 24, huge number of like the big hitters are involved in this, but that doesn't interest me. This is another one that maybe PEPG, maybe, but probably not. It's these crazy little ones. You got to be awfully careful, but this is what can happen. And next week we've got another crazy low one. Maxim is usually pretty good about these ones. SOSH. And here's, I don't think I have EF Hutton. Are you still around? I don't think I have that one. Let me show you what I do. You know, people ask, do you have an IPO filter? I think a way better way to do it, because remember when AUST started, remember my price alert window showed up. It told me exactly how many shares. It told me the price. So I knew at $7 that it was already above the IPO price. Okay, so I knew that there was some interest. If I just have an IPO scanner that lets me know when an IPO starts trading, you know, I won't have all that information. So this is what I do. So here is, so on Friday, WYTC. So what I do is I type in WYTC. Okay, obviously it hasn't started to trade yet. So I right click and I created a price alert at $1 because we know it's going to open over $1. Next step, now I can start to give a few notes. 2.9 million between 4 and 6. That's all I'm going to put. Okay, in my notes section. So 2.9 million, 4 to 6. And I usually do put the broker just to see if, you know, usually this Boosted or Maxim. Okay, so now when I save this, this has gone into my, just a second. So this has gone into my price alerts window way down here, okay? So when this starts to trade, this is going to pop up on my screen because I minimize my price alert window. I minimize the window and I can immediately see, this is that IPO I've been waiting for. I can tell how many shares. And when I click on the alert, I'll know exactly what the price is. But I'll have way more information rather than just knowing that an IPO started. So that's what I would do, you know, and so on the weekend, you know, typically now we're not in IPO season, but when we get into you know, we're going to have a lot more IPOs maybe down the road. But you just take this calendar and click on the calendar, and it's going to show you the upcoming ones. So if you want this, this is the link. And this is not for everybody. But again, you know, we have all sorts of different trading styles, different risk. People, some, you know, if you're very averse to risk, you don't do any of that stuff. I know one day it had a great day. Today's not terrible. You know, I'm not, you know, in love with the AI, but you know, this is what's happened today. Had a nice short on the ANDE from 37 down to 32. Yeah, why don't you ask them, Vicky? Another earnings play, guys. Remember old Lumber Liquidators? They've changed their name, LL Flooring now instead of Lumber Liquidators. Another, yeah, I was pretty active on this one. Many. When you go on a monthly chart or a daily chart or a weekly chart, and you see all these little flags here, these little arrows, and it says buy or sell, that means these were previous AI alerts. Well, Vicky, of course it's talked about every marketing meeting. Of course it is. All right, guys, let's see, 11:47, so I'm just another 10 minutes or so, and Steve will be in their YouTube room. So what I'll do now is I'll put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there when I take my break at noon, I'll be on a break between about 12 and 1, and Steve will be in our YouTube room. He's not there yet, so don't head over there yet. But there is the link for our YouTube room, okay? This was a gap down and reverse, Billy, B-I-L-I, a gap down and reverse, big reversal. Okay, so bounce plays for a while anyway could start to work a bit. Here, look at the SPY, guys. So we had a little bottoming tail here. This is in the previous 15-minute candle. This 15-minute candle now is showing a pretty strong green candle so far. If it took out 415, we could get a bit of a rally going. You know, highs of these candles. So some of these bounce plays should start to work a little bit better. There's that Capri, 45.47, 45.98. So I'm not sure I understand your question, TV. So we're obviously stock, but there is a swing trading tab if you want to go there. Is that what you mean? I don't know what you mean. I mean, there's off topic, but I don't know what you mean. I mean, we have a stocks only tab, which is stocks only. And we have an off topic, which, you know, within reason off topic. And then we have a swing trading tab. But for instance, if you want to talk politics, even though that's off topics, you know, I may, you know, depending what's, you know, it just gets too, can get too contentious. Okay. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean exactly. Off topic for me really would mean, yeah, it's off topic, talking about maybe the market in general, things like that in general, just not a specific stock. Oh, well, guess what, PJ? It halted again on the way up and it is still not dropped. Oh, man. I was half a second too slow. Well, we just got to be prepared for the one on Friday and next week. You know, the SOSH. We've got some that could be like this. Austin Gold. Where are they out of? We don't even have any. I'd have to go to the IPO calendar, you know, to see what they actually. I mean, it says it's a gold stock, obviously, but what's the volume on that one? AUT. I'm sorry, AUST. What's the volume like right now? I mean, it's not crazy volume. Oh, wait a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy volume, man. That's one of the reasons. That's a scary thing. It's not crazy volume. When this falls, it's going to fall hard. Most people would not have shorts available for this. I don't even know if Zach has shorts available for this. AUST. First day of trading. Usually, very few brokers, traditional brokers, will have shorts available for something like this the first day, even the second or third day. But you would have killed if you had said, okay, now I'm shorting. Okay, now I'm shorting. Okay, now I'm shorting. I mean, eventually it's going to tank at some point, but when? 297,000 shares is so tiny based on how it's moved. Okay, guys. Well, here we go. The SPY did take out those highs right here. So the SPY is on a bit of a roll. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm just internal conversation and trade ideas. Well, good for you guys. Now, this is actually a red bar ignored for Lyft. I know some of you are long, I guess. This is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for Lyft, LYFT, of course. 2081, so there's actually some kind of time. Well, I do these stock of the day videos, and it's really hard to find something positive, like something that is really to talk about. That is, when I say positive, like a stock that is moving higher and higher and higher, and on an earnings play, perhaps. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't any, but okay. How about the BTTX guys? This is still pretty active. Yesterday's high, I'm gonna stick an alert at around that 245 level. Okay, 245 level. See if it takes out that yesterday's high. I mean, this still has a ton of room. And see if it takes it out, maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, and has a bit of a resumption. Okay, I am now just waiting for Steve to show up. I'm going to hear a little ping any moment now, I think. Okay, guys. So what I'll do is I'll just put the YouTube link in again. You want to head over there? He's not there yet, but I'm sure he's going to show up any moment now. There he is. I heard you, Steve. Can you hear me? Maybe he's got himself on mute still.
There we go. How's that?
There you go. Now I hear you.
Boy, that's immediate. You're like a dog when he hears the treats snack jar open.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Okay, Steve, I'll mute myself and I'll show up at around 5 to 1. Maybe we'll have a little 5-minute chat before you take off. See what's
Okay.
happening.
Let me share my
Okay.
screen here and I'll see you then.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that YouTube feed switches over. There we go. Good. I believe. Hang on a second here. Why is my... How about that? There we go. I'm sorry, guys. I got it figured out now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. I have confirmed you can see my desktop and hear my voice, so that's good. Let's hide that. And how's everybody doing? This is the Wednesday Fed Day, so everything's in kind of a holding pattern right now. Until 2 o'clock Eastern, at which time Fed will announce what they're going to do with interest rates, and then more importantly, probably talk about it in front of a microphone. But the only thing that's certain about a Fed day is that after 2 o'clock Eastern, the SPYs will likely make a new high and a new low. a second. All right, guys, had to type that out. So, what do you guys want to talk about? Anybody get sent in here for some support? Sometimes our support staff will send people in for a visual. I think, I don't know if Peter Smith, if you're in here, I think you had a question earlier. If you are, you can let me know. But again, we're just in the holding pattern Wednesday here until the Fed comes out, and everything's going to change at 2 o'clock Eastern. There's going to be volatility galore. And then we'll see what people take home, what comments they take home, and what resonates with the market. I'm really not doing a whole lot because of that. I am waiting for the Fed. I do have a little bit of SQQ in another account. Essentially kind of shorting the NASDAQ, but I don't have a lot because I know what's happening at 2 o'clock, and it's going to be wild gyrations back and forth. But, maybe by 3 o'clock, we'll have kind of a good idea of the direction the market wants to take post Fed announcement. Hello, TRD. What do I think is going to happen? Again, I think what's going to happen is we're going to see a lot of volatility after 2 o'clock. I know that's not the answer you want. We'll probably make a new high and a new low, but honestly, I feel like the market is under pressure and will continue to remain under pressure unless, big caveat there, unless the Fed decides to change their tune and walk things back. If the market senses any walking back of what they've laid out prior, that could be construed as dovish, and any dovish comments will likely be scrutinized by everybody who said, well, wait a minute, you can't just keep flipping from hawkish to dovish and back and forth. They're painted in a corner here. They're trying to manage a non-recession, and they're trying to manage a non-stock market equity asset collapse. And it's kind of hard to be able to pick one over the other. So I don't know, but I did say, again, I'm long medium size SQQ. All right. I'm leaning on that 10 SMA there. Let me get my, no, God, I hate when I do that. I don't want to open that. Close. I just want my pen. You can see that the SQQ is riding the 10-day simple moving average, and I'll show you something here. Generally, I don't like to plot daily charts on these triple inverses or these double inverses, whatever they are. Okay, but it's holding that line, and as long as it holds that line, I'm comfortable being short the Qs. But if we look at the actual underlying Qs, they can't even get back to touch their 10 SMA. So that's even a more of a honest indicator of the weakness that I think is really brewing underneath the scenes here. So the Fed is going to really have to say something against what they have been signaling to get the equities excited again. So I really feel like we're going to have some volatility at 2 o'clock, and then the path of least resistance will likely remain down. That's my thought. I've got some longs, I've got some shorts. Oh, look, Hello, adult trading site. Geez, what makes you think we care? My God, you're just going to spam me now? You're a real piece of shit, whoever you are. Go get a life, okay? Nobody cares. Bye. All right, TID. So hopefully that that helped clear the air of what I think we're set up for here today. Yeah, it's robots. They've been coming in here a lot lately. Anyway. Sector-wise, today it's just more the same. Solars and commodity. This is the commodity DBC index, and I tell you, there's no stopping this. Okay, that was a horrible draw. That was a little better. So this little candle here today is breaking out of a nice wedge. The commodities are not done going up, I believe. It's just the way it is. Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave, remind me, actually, I was trying to recall, you had mentioned in a chat with me on Twitter that there was some feature that you did want to see that were related to, I think, your price alerts. I think you said you told Marissa you'd love to see a certain feature, and I was trying to rack my brain. I could go back to Twitter and look it up, but since you're here, I'll pass that along. Because if I recall, it seemed like a good idea. All right, Simon, hello. Let's take a look at MTCH. Earnings. You can tell right off the bat the way the stock gapped down. But the good news is this is one of those plays where the stock gapped down. It looked like it was ready to gap down with the 10-day pushing on the price going into earnings, but it didn't gap down and trade lower. It gapped down and traded right back up like a cork underwater. That's usually a positive sign that the earnings were definitely priced in, unlike things such as Netflix or maybe Lyft. Not so much priced in. More of a bad surprise. That's not a bad looking chart. I think that's definitely something you could build on over there, Simon, for sure. BMBL, Bumble. This is the computer software, right? This one technically doesn't look as strong. It's still being caught up. It's back down below its 50-day moving average now, which is a general sign of health. And this thing's been unhealthy for a while. It tried to get back above, but it couldn't hold right there. Couldn't hold the 20, and now it's just back below. So it's struggling. Not a strong one. It needs some sort of catalyst. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, trying to prevent those darn price alerts from triggering after hours. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let me just type something real quick. All right, you made that request, Dave. I think it's a valid one. I hate it too. It drives me nuts. And if there's a way in which we can suppress that, we should look into it. Because I know you like to take full advantage of our price alerts cloud feature and give out your price alerts to followers, which is a great concept. But if it's an annoyance like it does in aftermarket, I get that. So we'll see if we can figure that out. I tagged the right people. All right. Hello, Plaza. Is there a support resistance scan that you can recommend for intraday trading? I kind of have one that's off the shelf. Let's pop it up and take a look at it. It's called Bouncers. That one. All right. Anything today? Yeah, that's the one. I don't, but nothing's coming through today. Let me see if I have a different version. I think I had a different version. Bouncers raw optimized. There we go. All right. Let me get rid of that description. I can't stand that description. Remove. Okay, let's take a look here. What are we looking for? We're looking for stuff that crossed above resistance. Okay, so this is a weird little scan. I forgot how it came about. I think Michael Noss created it. Stocks that broke down under yesterday's support, which would then become today's resistance, and then trades back through that level. So it's breaking above resistance. Now the filters tell the story here. Okay. Position in previous day's range. Okay, so remember yesterday it broke down and it's trying to break back up through yesterday's kind of a breakdown level. That would be considered a pivot or a resistance level. Hang on one second. Qualifying your request there, Dave. So position in previous day's range, 1 is the low or 0 is the low, but 1 to 10 is the lower 10th percent, the bottom 10th percent of yesterday's candle. So if the system feels like the price has crossed above yesterday's resistance, we want to hear about it early, and that early is going to be right there. Position in yesterday's range, the lower 10th percent. Spread is just keeping things that are too wide spread out of there, and average daily volume, and then time of day. We don't want to see this until 30 minutes after the open. 30 minutes after the open will allow things to kind of bounce down and pop back up. So let's take a look and see what we got here. Hey, Dave, just a qualifier here. So you would not want them to trigger after hours. What about pre-market? Same for both. Don't want them firing after market PM, or it's okay in the pre-market the following day, or not okay in the pre-market. Because I'm getting some feedback, we might be able to create a setting that could do that. All right, so optimize. So we got a lot of stuff coming through here. Let's start. Let's just go earlier. Let's go today and see what's come through here today. All right, CRK. Pay attention to the little arrow. That's where the arrow, where the stock has been called. And what we want to see is stuff moving above that blue arrow. It's trying to, but it's not really following through. This one tried. That one's not. Same stock. That one's trying. So basically it breaks down. If we look at let's zoom in here. All right. So if it breaks down from yesterday's low and then trades back above yesterday's low, that's what we're trying to catch right there. Basically right there. That's really the only thing I would have off the shelf that might try and do something like that I could, rely on. But I will share it with you. Okay. call that one bouncers, and that's in there. And equally bothersome pre-market. Okay, so you would want them only during regular session. Okay. All right, Dave. So I got the right person on the line there. And you would want them to only trigger during regular session hours. And so if there's a setting that can do that, we'll see if we can figure that out, because yeah, I have seen your posts, and you make great use of the Trade Ideas watch list, and the concept of sharing the cloud link behind it's a great one. But if it's buggy, then I get it. You don't want to stand behind that. Okay, yes, the plaza. Let's do that. So yesterday in my close that. Yesterday in my afternoon webinar, I revisited a scan that I've got up here on the shelf, literally on the shelf, and it's gray, it's empty. There's nothing going on today. But when this thing comes alive, apparently the data, the statistics show it's a wonderful swing trade. Yeah, Dave, we're working on that. Because I get it, it bugs me too, and I want to have that feature available for you to share with people, so it doesn't always conflict with the bugs. Okay, so slam into the 130 is what Plaza's asking about. First off, the 130 is my 5-day moving average. We've got a good example here on the NASDAQ, and even better example on the S&P. Okay, so here's the S&P 2 days ago, that giant bounce we had. Where did that giant bounce wind up stalling? At this line right here, 5-day moving average on a 15-minute chart. But in order to get that, the way I have it displayed, you have to make a setting. If I go to indicators, it's a simple moving average with a period of 130. If you divide 130, well, let me put it this way. If you divide 5 days of trading into 15-minute candles, you will get exactly 130 candles. So we're smoothing out the 15-minute chart, which is the same data as a 5-day moving average, but we're not looking at it on the daily chart. We're looking at it on the intraday chart. So the concept of the fade slam into the 130 is a short sell, and it's the way in which proper short selling should be done, allowing the bounce to move and you sell the rip. So we essentially could even call this, sell the rips. So that's the visual concept right there. And the way in which I have the back tester set for is, okay, if we get these types of moves, and by the way, guys, back to the daily chart here, this is the market that we've been in, okay? Sell the rips, sell the rips. So this theoretically is working pretty well right now. But the weird thing is, and I'll show you in a second, these symbols don't come out very often. They only come out on days like this. There is a filter in there called S&P change. And again, these are short sells. So let's go into the scan. New high, okay, pretty simple. Price, that's optimized. I noticed the price does better under $80. And there it is, the change from the 130. We actually have a filter. I was, screaming for this filter 4 years ago, and they made it for me, which allows us to not only plot it on the chart, but also look not just to plot it on the chart, but to also be able to use it in a configuration to find scans and setups. So I have a filter for the 130. And as you can see, I only want to see a new high, and this filter has to be satisfied. -0.1% below that 150 and no more than 0.1% above. So I've got 0.2%, which is kind of my little window here. Let me cancel that. So I'm only going to be really seeing those new high alerts kind of in that little window right there, a little bit above, a little bit below. But this is a swing trade, so we can afford a little sloppiness there. And beyond that, that's pretty much it. And so if we go into back testing, The timed exit is a 2 or 3 day hold. I'm going to pull that back to a 2 day hold plus today. So it's a 3 day hold tomorrow plus 2 days at the open. That's the exit time. So it's a 3 day swing trade short. Oh, the one thing I forgot to mention, as I teased, on the filter, the S&P changed today. That's a biggie. You're not going to get any symbols in this window unless the S&P is up 1.4% minimum on the day. So that's why we have many, many, many quiet days where nothing comes through this filter. But when they do come through, the data shows us that it's a pretty darn good setup for a reverse swing trade to fade. So let's go back to our back test module. Timed exit. Again, we'll make that a total of 3 days, tomorrow plus 2. Risk management, we're going to risk 2% to try and make 7%. We're going to sample the whole 60 days here because there's many days that don't have any data, and it's a sell. So let's simulate sell. Now, there are a lot of trades working right now that are not going to show up in this scan because they are in the middle of the 3 day hold. Okay, but I'm real curious when those trades do come in. Let's look forward. We have a couple on April, and okay, so nothing yet coming through since April. How do I get to the next date? I guess I can't. But March had a lot. Now let's go to the distribution daily. This is illustrating my point. From March 15th to April 25th, we basically had nothing. But this was on fire down here. A lot of good days, a couple of small drawdown days, but the quietness is very interesting. And that is primarily because of that S&P filter. That S&P 500 filter has to be up at least 1.4%. So let's look at these numbers here. Average winner, $1.78 on a 3 day short hold. Average loser, 80 cents. Strategy return, 49% over that period, which is an annualized 560. 298 trades. That's actually a lot of trades. So, there are things we could do to try and trim that down. But when these trades come through, they come through in bulks, in batches, and those batches seem to work. Even though you're going against the day, big green candle on the SPY because that's what it looks for, but you're fading and going the opposite direction. Does that kind of strategy work in a market like this back here? No, it certainly doesn't. Does this kind of strategy work in a market like this that we've had the last few months? Well, the data shows us, yes, it certainly does. So it's kind of contrarian to be going short after a big blast up like that. But if you give it a 2% wiggle and try to make 7% on the downside, the statistics show us that it can be done. It's just a little unconventional. Does it work on stocks more than 100? Well, let's do this. I'll show you. Here's how you determine that. So you back test the strategy. Oops. First, we need to reconfigure. Reconfigure no limit. Minimum 20, no limit on the top. Okay, so we make that change, and then we go back and run it again. Everything else being the same, simulate sell. We're going to have some different data. And it allows me to show you the heat map that I originally saw to give me the idea to cut that off at 80 bucks. Are there trades that will work above 80? Of course there are, but the data show me that they're not as likely. So here is the deal. Okay, still a pretty good, it's actually pretty good improvement. So what I saw, okay, I'm going to go to the optimization tab right here. Price interval. What about $20 price intervals? Okay. What about, so this is what I saw. It looks like the majority of trades in blue here are happening between 20 and 39, 40 and 59. Okay, then we get above 100 and 119. Then we start to get some red. All right, so that is an anomaly. Not very many trades down here, hardly any at all. 1, 2, 3. But for the most part, this strategy seems to work best when you don't go too high. Now, the data has changed over the last 2 weeks since I started running this. So essentially, I could come in here and I could say, all right, well, now with our new data, let's reset the maximum value of this price to 159.59.99. There it is. So now we've capped it again at 160, and that's our new configuration based on the heat map. All right, so after doing that, we could run again. Let's see, probably going to have better numbers than we did the first time, capping it at 80. Oh, no, it's not a buy, it's a sell. It's a sell. Back test, simulate sell. I think the annualized return was like 560% the first time I ran it. And it did, it went up to 692%. So that one little tweak right there was essentially just re-looking at the data over 2.5, 3 weeks since I last ran it. And it said, oh, well, now we can move this thing up to maybe around 100 and whatever it was. So that's how I arrived at that conclusion, Plaza. I'll go ahead and give this out, of course, because people are probably curious about it, and you can have it. And just so you know, it sits blank for days on end. And what I've done in properties is I've turned on text to speech. So if something happens, you will hear it. And you'll be like, hey, where did that symbol just come from? And you look up here and you might see something in there. Well, that's going to be an area of interest based on the data. So again, I know I shared it, but I'll do it again just to make sure it's in my clipboard, and I will share it. There you go. You can do whatever you'd like with it. Hello, Hal, 1740. Does Trade Ideas have the ability to scan for strat setups? Oh yeah, Rob Smith inside. I wish we did. I've tried. I've talked to Rob. I've tried to talk to our developers. Apparently, it's very difficult for us to reference like a 1 hour candle intraday based on the prior 1 hour candle. Our system basically breaks up everything into 1 minute time frames and then it kind of bunches it together. So we never really get a full solid 60-minute candle to compare to an inside or outside. If we could, we would. I can tell you that. We've tried to work around it. We've tried some extra formulas, but for whatever reason, it's just very difficult. The way in which we do go about it, it's kind of sloppy. You have to wait till the bottom of the hour for the new 60-minute candle to draw. And then a lot of the things you bring up really are not inside candles. And so it's a real messy scan, but I agree with it. I think it's a valuable scan. I wish we could do it better than we can, Hal. Can we back test longer than 64 days? No, we can't. And in light of what I just said, imagine having to catalog for 8,000 stocks out there, all the 1 minute data, and put those into a spreadsheet. We're talking hundreds of billions of lines of data. And at some point, we have to make room in our database. And so 64 days has always really been the architecture. We call it 3 months of trading. It's 64 trading days, 64 Monday through Fridays. So it's literally 3 months, but that's the best we can do to still maintain the integrity of our database and have it work the way we want it to. Now, I will tell you this. We are moving our entire database system, our entire architecture to Amazon Web Services sometime later this year. And by doing that, that may allow us to do some more things like this that we haven't been able to do in the past. So maybe this time next year, we might be able to go back 120 days. I don't know. But moving our site from literally a physical data center with physical servers and connections to the virtual Amazon Web Server enterprise platform, it's going to be pretty cool to allow us to do some of the things we haven't been able to do in the past. Yeah, no problem, Hal. Yeah, I wish I could do it too. I'm familiar with that scan. Like I said, I wish we could find a way to do it. All right, so the market's finally catching a little bid here midday, and it's going to come right up into the 5-day moving average. Be curious to see what it does. And again, it's probably not going to matter because the market's going to do what it wants to do after 2 o'clock Eastern, but it's kind of propping itself back up here and nestling itself under this 5-day moving average, which I find curious. Sure, perfect circle. And I actually use that concept sometimes when I'm back testing. If I look at the market and the market is a totally different market than it was 60 days ago, and it's been choppy and weak for 30 days, and I'm scanning for something that's kind of a choppy, weak strategy, I'm not going to include those full 60 days because I can look at the market and tell already, well, that backdrop probably isn't going to serve me well. I want to match this strategy and back test it against the last 30 days where the market has been choppy, sloppy, and under pressure. So I will do that a lot with the maximum 64 days because I'll tell you, nothing really lasts for long in the market with constant rotation, constant change of narrative. There are so many variables. One thing just doesn't work all the time. One thing will work a portion of the time and then it has to go back on the shelf. I mean, you got to look at your trading activity like a good baseball manager. What's the market environment? Is it a left-handed pitcher? Are you down? Do you have a runner on second? I mean, you have to manage what players you want to put in the game all the time. You can't just pull out Babe Ruth every single time and expect him to just win the game for you. And I'm not really a baseball fan, but I find that analogy pretty accurate. There are times when certain strategies and certain concepts and ideas have to sit on the bench and put their elbow in ice. When you categorize the market like choppy, how far back are you looking to give that sort of a label? I don't know if there's a right word for that. One of the things I did find really interesting in the NASDAQ weeks back was that I would define that as choppy. There's no direction. And that was 6 days of trading, 7 days of trading. Just back and forth, no direction, no. All right. Okay, so am I the one who presented the swing trade doc? It's possible that you may be referring to this. New doc channel bar and select Trader's Eye. Okay, so this is a themed window, docked window called the Trader's Eye. This one right here is the eye. And this one is a way in which you can manage the eye. It tells you, hey, DOW made a new high. And by the way, I had Brad and them configure this correctly. If you'll notice, I can't. There we go. Properties, actions, play sound, text to speech. So it'll remind you, hey, these are the ones that are in play, AMD and Dow. And that's it. These are the only two that are in play today. So you could use this whole docked window, all right? Or you could just say, I just want to take this and duplicate that into a free floating window and just use that. Okay. And as you can see, it's the same as this one right there. Hang on a second. What's going on here? Dow. Oh, that one's not it's not linked to my chart. That's why. Okay. So we actually have a list of ideas, probably about 10 or so symbols that came on here coming into today. And primarily Andy is watching those list of symbols and waiting for the market to open, and watch Dow do something like that, create that candle, and then break out right there. And that's when Dow was added to the list. Just let the initial market noise work itself out, and then we monitor them in real time. AMD earnings yesterday. AMD was not called. It was not added to this list. I can tell you exactly where, right there. You guys that are with me a lot know that I say when stocks gap up, try not to chase them. If they come back and try and catch this 10 SMA, that's a much safer risk reward entry area. It slid through a little bit, but now it's popping back up. So those are the only two trades that came through. So think of it as a curated list of ideas, maybe 10 or 12, but in real time when the market opens, we're trying to help people save them from themselves, not chasing something like AMD. We waited until AMD had a safer entry down here, and you don't see it until it came down here. And that's good. That's the way it should be. We want to try and help people really make sense of the noise out there. So I've got that on my screen. It's what we're watching every day. I think yesterday was a good one with DK. And again, these are swing trading ideas, guys. So there was yesterday. DK came into the fold yesterday, right out there probably. And these are not day trading ideas. These are ideas that look good on the daily chart for a 2 to 3 day hold. So if you were able to get DK yesterday and watch it close on highs, it's exactly what you want. You try and take that momentum into the next day and get an extra day. Now we're in the profit mode of DK, right? That candle tried to close below, but it didn't. So momentum is still intact. If later today in the next hour, a candle does wind up closing below this 10 SMA on the 15, that's your signal to get out. And that honestly is my perfect swing trade, the anatomy of a perfect swing trade. Something that came back, tested the moving average, moving back to highs. You catch it early, you ride day one, closes at highs, no reason to get out. Hope for day two to follow through, and it does. And then you go into risk management mode, which is this 10 SMA right there. That's how I would be playing DK from yesterday. And I do play these sometimes, but for the most part, they're on there for everybody to get an idea of what to stare at, what to look at. Might have been prior to, so maybe it wasn't me, Plaza. I don't know. Trend Change Pro. Yeah, that might have been somebody else, but you gave me an opportunity to ramble on that. I'm glad that has improved your trading. Everything, it's like a golf swing. If you pull a golf swing back and you're out of position at the top, you're never going to hit the ball correctly. It's like your entry. If you get a good entry, you're in the slot. You've got good staying power. You're on the plane. Your swing plane is on correct, and you're going to make good contact with the ball. So a good entry is everything. It's the foundation of anything, the foundation of a house, the foundation of a relationship. A good entry is the foundation of a good trade. You might decide that DK looks great, and then the people that are new to trading decide to jump in here because it feels safe, but they're not aware that they're more than likely going to suffer a pullback, probably back down to about there over the next day or two. You know, swing trading is a game right now of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, if you will, sometimes 1 step back. But you can't be the one who's chasing. You're always going to be behind the curve. You're always going to be chasing a stock that's not doing what you want it to do. When you're the person who identifies a good pullback and a higher low and a nice consolidation, and on top of that, the sector was going crazy yesterday as well. The sector is everything right now. Got to pay attention to the sector. Your entry, when you get in and you have zero pain and it just starts working immediately for you, it's a much better experience than being the person to chase something only to watch it fall back. What do I think about Teladoc? Great service. I use it. Doesn't seem like it's very profitable. So it looks like they had their earnings. Yep. And they got smashed on their earnings. Yep. And they bounced what they could. Yep. This moving average has got everything to do with it. Okay. What's going to happen when this moving average catches it? Just like Netflix today. Netflix had bad earnings, couldn't even get hardly a dead cat bounce at all. And what do you know? The 10-day simple moving average comes down and smacks it on the head and says, I don't think so. I think you're done bouncing here. So with that said, Teladoc probably doesn't have much more room before this 10 SMA comes down to smack on it. I don't really care for charts like this. It was, yeah, that's a horrible trend. It was a great stock during COVID, but the chart has no longer confirmed that story that was a good for over a year ago. You can catch yourself liking the story and thinking it's on sale down here, and you very well can take a position. You just have to know where your out is. If you take a position and then this moving average comes down to meet it, and 3 days later hits that moving average and rolls back to your entry position, you better be watching it closely. Don't let it turn into a loser, because that's likely what it wants to do. On the contrary, if it can hold and blast through and close above that 10 SMA, then that might be the very first signal. And of course, the early people who take the bigger the risk, you get the bigger the reward. But it's not really a chart that I would want to focus on. Yeah, again, I like the company too, but the story is just not there. It hasn't been there since COVID. People are getting back to their normal lives and they want to see a real doctor. But again, let the chart confirm. If it can find a way to bleed through that declining moving average in a few days, that could be the first step in a line of many that might be needed. Q's jumped up and hit that 5-day moving average perfectly. Same with the spiders. This is probably the area that we're going to settle into before the Fed comes out top of next hour. Yep, Larry, everybody likes a good entry. It's so much more enjoyable when it works immediately rather than, oh, why did I do that? Used to jump in late most of the time, learn by experience. Everybody does. I did. Everybody does. It's human nature to follow the herd. An alarm goes off, people start running in one direction. What do? You run with them. You don't run against them, but you start to learn after a while that that doesn't work. It works in human nature, in our limbic brain, in our basic nervous system. But when it comes to trading, we've got to find a way to get separation from the herd and get an edge and use that separation for our advantage. And being a contrary trader on your entry, a contrarian trader on your entry, is step number one in doing that. We all learned the hard way that chasing those things after 3 green days, oh my God, everybody likes it. It feels safe. Yeah, but you're late. Somebody just handed you a bag and they added money to their account, and you're left there standing there holding their bag. So that happens on every time frame. Intraday scalping, it happens on swing trading, it happens on long-term investing. Do I have any thoughts on FOMC? What do I think they will announce? I think they're painted into a corner. They're going to raise rates at least 50%. I think if they go 75%, it might 75 basis points, it might surprise some people. But they're going to do their best to try and walk everything back when they get a microphone. They're in a no-win situation. They're either going to lose the market or they're going to lose the economy. That's my assessment. It's just timing. Yeah, perfect circle. I try to really lean on those moving averages for entry, especially on a good trending chart. Like if we go back to DK, the way it 3 days ago, that little candle right there, I love those. At the end of the day, when you see something that pulled down and shook everybody out on the open, but by the end of the day, the bottom of that wick is touching the 10 or the 20 and closes back on highs. That's the kind of stuff I look for kind of a precursor, early tea leaves setup. That doesn't always work, but it's what I need to see. I'm not just going to buy red bars that close on lows because they're red. I like to see reversal bars, and often take a position like this home right there at the close. I'll just say, hey, this is how it's going to close. I'll take this thing home and maybe try and get an edge and early jump on tomorrow, because we've all been there. It's like, oh, I wish I took that thing yesterday because today it gapped up a point and I wanted to wait for a gap fill. I didn't want to chase and it never filled the gap. And why didn't I buy it yesterday when it looked good? I do that all the time. Sometimes it's really beneficial, especially if you get a gap. Del Boca, I know how to scan for stocks close to the 9 MA on a 5-minute right now, but can you think of a way to find stocks that are generally above that MA most of the day? Well, we have the 10 SMA. We don't have the 9 EMA or EMA. So you have to use what we've got in terms of SMA. We have here, we've got a 5 SMA, an 8 SMA, and a 10 SMA. So you have to pick one of those in your time frame. So let's assume you said 5-minute 10 SMA, add filter. If you wanted to see things that were always above their 10 SMA, you probably need to put a value of like, 0.5%, in the minimum to ensure that this thing is well above its 5 SMA. You could make a top list of those items, including the other filters that you like, and then double click and sort the 10 SMA 5-minute column so you can see which ones are well above their 5-minute 10 SMA all day long. That's how I would approach that. Or Del Boca, you could even use not a topless, you could use a new 5-minute high as well as an alert window with that same filter. So you're always guaranteed, hey, it's a new high, it's a new high. It's definitely above its moving average. So either one of those two ways, but that's the simple filter setting that you want to use there in the minimum category. Something nice and fat, pretty much not 0.01%, but something nice and fat that guarantees this thing is healthily above its moving average. Plaza been learning the bounce to the SMA. Yep. Yeah, Peter, definitely 50 basis points. 75 is probably what I think they should do, and they might do it, and it might shock a few people, it might not. We'll see. Yeah, Larry, you're correct. I started trading when it cost me $17 to buy and then another $17 to get out. But I didn't care because I had direct access. I felt like a market maker in 1998. I got to go in and outbid Goldman and undercut Lehman and make the spread. So my commissions didn't care, but the market's changed. I can't do that anymore. So with penny decimals and rebate trading, I'm sorry, well, the broker's selling you out to get their money on the back end. You think you're getting free commissions, but they're telling Citadel and the other algos what you're doing, and those algos compile all that data, and it doesn't take long for them to figure out how to make money. So it's a different ball game now, but you are correct. With 0 commissions, there's no reason to worry about getting in and getting out like I used to have to do. It used to bother me, but that's one good plus. You just have to learn how to play with them. You just have to understand that they are there, the algos are there to try and dislodge you from a good position in the first 20 minutes of the day. Just because everybody has their price good till canceled market order, get me out at all costs, set at $19.95, well, you can bet the algos are going to go down and they're going to trip those. It's just what they do. And you don't want to get caught up in getting shaken out and sell a good position, nor do you want to chase good positions on the open that are running up and then reverse on the open. You just got to try to find a way where your entry is consistent with what you see the algos doing. Try not to get tripped up by them. Try to figure them out and think like an algo, like Bill Murray and Caddyshack. Try and think like a gopher. What do we got? We got some time here. I don't have any scans for VWAP off of the, I'm sorry, I missed your question, Bill. I don't have any scans off the shelf that I would use for VWAP, but what you could do is you could do something like this. Okay, we could take, sorry, I'm going to go and pull something out of the cloud. And it's my jam down to the 10 SMA. We talked about that before. Today we had CRK. Okay, perfect. CRK, jam down. What was I just talking about, guys? how the market makers just make a giant shit show of the first opening candle. Well, there you go. This scan teaches you to think like a market maker and say, hey, well, that was a nasty move. What if I turn around and buy because it came and touched the 10 SMA? It actually came and touched the 20, but it came down and touched the 10 SMA. This could be a good contrarian indicator, but this one uses the 10 SMA. So what I'm suggesting, for who asked that question, Bill, you could substitute my 10 SMA, right? Change from the 10 SMA. You could substitute that to read change from VWAP. So distance from VWAP 1, we would add that filter, okay? And then you would just transpose negative tenth of a percent there and positive 10th or a fifth of a percent in there. So you're swapping out everything except the 10-day simple moving average. You're swapping it down to VWAP. So having showed you that, I will just give you that scan and then you can swap out the 10 SMA for today's VWAP and see if that works and gives you something you like. So you got to catch up on some questions here. We're getting to the top of the hour. MAT beautiful. So all of a sudden, dolls and stuffed toys are coming back in fashion. This was nice consolidation here. Really liked that. It never touched the 10 SMA, which means it's actually stronger than it appears. It's a good looking chart. I just wouldn't be the buyer of it today. If you're writing this stock today, look at this example that I give. There's no reason to get out. Momentum is 100% intact on Mattel right now. So if you're writing this thing, you've got that itch to take profits that you see, well, you could take a little bit off here. It's a new high, but the idea is to let this thing ride as long as you can. And once it breaks this 10 SMA, that's when you probably want to get out. That's the perfect day and a half swing trade for me. Setup candle, day 1, day 2. I'd be surprised if this thing stays above that moving average all day, because a day and a half is usually when it feels like the traders start itching to take a profit. Yes, I can share my chart. EGY was a petroleum stock that I was watching too. They just can't get out of their own way. But the good news is it's in play. It's this 50-day moving average on EGY keeps holding. So as long as you lean on that, whoever asked that question, Michael, just you can lean on that 50-day moving average. The day it closes, look, it hasn't closed below. The day it does close below that 50, you don't want to be in it. But for right now, you can lean on that. Sure, I'll share my daily chart. Put it on something friendly like SPY. And let's save that. I assume you meant my daily, not my intraday. Right, there you go, Sam. USO. Well, you know, it's part of that commodity bag that looks like they just want to keep going higher. Yeah, USO is not going down anytime soon. This is what I see. Look at the 50-day moving average again, holding up the downside of that channel. This is a bit of a possible breakout day. Look at the intraday, 10 at 10S. Everything I talk about is lining up here, holding the 50-day, holding the 10 SMA intraday, showing strength, showing momentum. This is a possible day 1 of a breakout. So we got to keep our eye on the oil stocks for sure, guys. Jamie has a VWAP. Okay, Jamie has a VWAP trading scan for who was asking for that, Bill. If that's, you can always email info@trade-ideas.com and attention Jamie. Can I have a copy of your VWAP scan? Yeah, Walton, USO looks like it wants to keep going up. The path of least resistance is up. I would not want to be short oil. Apron. Got earnings coming up. Had a nice gap, but I'm not familiar with that story. Went up on the news. The CEO bought 500,000. You got earnings coming up pre-market, so that's probably going to be a holding pattern until earnings on that one, Michael. Oh yeah, Larry. I mean, geez, when I used to trade in fractions, there was this cool thing that Island had called the 160 was it 1/264th? 120. Anyway, it was a fraction, and I could jump in, and I could. I can't hear you yet. I would jump in ahead of those guys and offer a 1/256th lower than they could. But yeah, when you get into a trade and boom, you're up a quarter, that's 25 cents immediately. And if you can make the spread even more, those were fun days, Larry, shooting fish in a barrel. Those days are all long gone. The algos and fractured markets basically did away with all that. I don't think you can share Jamie's link here. He'll have to email us, Plaza, info@trade-ideas.com, and request it, and Jamie can send it to you. Sure. What were we just talking about? Dropping what? What were you looking for, Bill? I'm not sure what the context was, Bill, that you're looking for. All right. Well, I hear you. I mean, I see you, Barry, but I just don't hear you. Hang on a second. Let's just check something here.
Can't hear that
There you
probably.
go. I did it. I added you back to the stream in StreamYard, the
Oh, is
audio.
that what you had to do? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought so it wasn't because you had the site on mute.
No, no, I think I actually removed you earlier because I couldn't see my screen. I confused myself and I confused you. So that was probably
Oh, I
on
see.
me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I put your audio back in there.
That's okay. So
Yeah.
are you ready to take off now, or do you want to keep
No,
going?
I sure am. I'm waiting for
I've been
Bill though.
listening. I've been
Yeah,
listening.
that's good. Bill, what was it you wanted me to drop in there before I take off? I'm not sure. We talked about so many things.
I think he was looking for Jamie's VWAP scan.
Right, but nobody can drop that in here.
Exactly.
You're going to have to email info@trade-ideas.com. I think you're right, Barry.
Yeah, that's the problem with YouTube.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm all talked out, man.
All right, Steve, I'll take over now, and maybe we'll see you. Are you going to be in the little meeting at 2?
Yep, I'll be there.
Okay. All right. I'll see you then.
Great.
Okay,
Talk to you
Steve.
later. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, everybody. I'm now back. I think I'm back in both rooms now. I think, yeah, I'm not unmuted in either. Let me get my music going. There we go. Okay, so what is happening now? So since I left, I left at noon. Wow, what a nice move on the market. We've almost had an hour and a half straight up, guys. Almost an hour and a half straight up. Of course, anticipating what's going to happen at 2. Yeah, Plaza, you can drop the link into the TI trading room, and then I can paste it in. Then I can copy it in. Sure. So Bill, if you're listening, what's going to happen is the Plaza is going to come into the main room where he can post the link, and then I'll copy it and I'll put it back into the YouTube room. See, the problem with YouTube is that I can post links, but you guys cannot, and that's just a limitation of the YouTube room. The main trading room, we can swap links, no problem. So I'll just wait for the Plaza to pop that in, and I'll give it to you. Okay. Man, yeah, I mean, the Viru was a great short. It was a great long. I mean, it was great both ways. I did not take it either way, but no kidding. I mean, look at that move from 870 all the way up to 10 something, and now the short. But man, that was a great move both ways. Well, finally that Ost finally got halted on the way down several times. And now, I mean, we knew this was going to happen, okay? It was just a matter of when. And look at the volume actually picked up because the last time I looked, even though it was really moving higher, it was only about 300,000 shares. So all of a sudden it's gone up 10 times that. Okay, I see you. Okay, thank you, Plaza. I'll just copy that link. Okay, Bill, here it is. Okay, there's the link. And this is, of course, nothing I developed. I guess Jamie did it. So you'd have to take a look at the filters and check to see if it makes well, maybe a price range or minimum volume. I think you know the drill though. You can always modify it. Stupidly dangerous trade. I love it. All right. Well, I do see this. The LTHM is actually putting in a nice little move here now. This is an earnings play. A little bit of a move at a consolidation. It's been a bit choppy, but a little bit of move at a consolidation. It is an earnings play. LTHM. So you were lucky to get it on the long side early. Good for you. I was thinking, why am I not getting any alerts? And I had my sound toggle off. So now I should get some alerts and see what's happening. SKT, what are you doing? SKT? Another earnings play, guys. The Tangier or Tanger factory outlet. SKT, another earnings play. I mean, with the market, you see, with the market starting to, move like this, I'm actually looking to see what sort of bounces we get. Now, I don't think anybody could have got this one. I see this GWH from Zach Scan, but that probably was a flash down and right back up. I'm assuming anyway. Oh, another one. Okay. Oh, so here's another one, Bill. It's both from the Plaza. I guess they're both there. I don't know, variations of the VWAP scan that you're looking for, or a VWAP scan. Okay. I don't think you're going to last. Man, these porn bots are going crazy in YouTube. Really crazy. Well, guys, again, I want to just, again, not for everybody, but keep an eye on the SOUN. It had that big run, the pullback. And again, if it takes out that 13, I know there will be traders that look at that, the high of the day, and they'll keep looking left yesterday, seeing that it hit 18. Okay. AUST. Sorry about that, William. This is now resumed and halted again. I wanted to scan for oversold RSI reversals on the 5 minute. Would you recommend also? So this is something I don't do. So um, yeah, this is just something I like. I don't do that type of a scan, Del Boca, so it's hard for me to recommend. You know what I mean? If I were doing something like that, it'd be easier for me to say yes. I would do this or that. You know, I mean, if you were asking me, well, what do you use for your high of day scan? Like, what other filters would you use? I can certainly make a recommendation there, but yeah, I'm sorry. I just do not have. I mean, for me, I always like to have the relative volume or current volume. I want to make sure when I get into something that it's active. So, I don't know if you commonly use the relative volume or the current volume filter in all of your scans, because I certainly do. But that specific one, as far as making a recommendation, it must be over certain MAs on the daily. Yeah, I really don't have a feel for it. Sorry. Ask me a question I can answer. Guys, keep an eye on the SOUN. I mean, books. I mean, if it goes through, it's probably going to go through quickly. But if it happens. Andy is getting another ANDE, maybe giving us another trade here, guys. I mean, this was an AI trade. It worked very well at the beginning, basically straight down. Obviously, it had a nice pull up, but however, is losing it again. And remember, for all the reasons it got hammered down, they're still in effect, even if it did have a rally. And of course, maybe the market will. I have knowledge of TradeStation because way back when TradeStation was available in Canada, this is many years ago. So I do have, but that's a long, long time ago. And then they made it unavailable in Canada. So I haven't had TradeStation probably oh, 15 years. So do I have any knowledge? I mean, you asked, do I have any knowledge? So the answer is yes, but I certainly don't have any recent knowledge of TradeStation. Yeah, you have to check. When I last time I looked at TradeStation and their commissions, I thought they were still pretty high. Like still stuck at that $5 min. I may be wrong. Maybe there's another. Maybe they've got a different commission structure. And I have no idea TradeStation regarding shorts availability. I mean, look, I'm biased. I've had Interactive Brokers for now 5.5 years. I think it's a great stable platform. Okay, so you asked me where I saw Viru. Viru was one of those ones that I had thumbnailed. Who asked that question? Marco. That was one of the ones I had thumbnailed. I've got some charts that I usually keep, especially if something did something crazy yesterday. So for instance, a crazy one today, I'll probably have it thumbnailed for tomorrow, and just to keep an eye on it. So I don't think it actually showed up in any specific scan. I'm just looking around. Yeah, I don't see it on any specific scan, but it's just something that I had my eye on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't use hotkeys, Sam, but I know you can program hotkeys into IB. I have no idea the extent that you can do it or how easy it is, but I do see there's a hotkey. I just don't use hotkeys, but I do see there's a hotkey, a way in which you can do it. GGR, let's take a look at GGR. Yeah, so GGR, so their volume is starting to ramp up. And again, I would never see this one. Look at this one go though. I would never see this one because the relative volume is too low. So it would never show up in any one of my scans. But obviously the relative volume is really going to start to pick up. You can see how it's changing. But yeah, something's happening with this. Low, actually, it's not a low float. Where are they out of exactly? Taiwan. Okay, so yeah, and it's not, it is shortable. It is shortable. Wow, a lot of shares available. 1.71 million at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. Yeah, out of nowhere. You see how the relative volume is picking up? When we first put when Zach mentioned it, the relative volume was like 0.65 or something. Look how it's picking up. It'll probably hit 1 very soon. Hmm. Okay, this is just kind of resting here now, guys. Is GGR. Oh, I see. It showed up in your scan. I see now why you're even seeing it. Okay. Oh, I have no idea how low it could go right back down to 4. TRD, right back down to 4. I mean, there was obviously no reason why it went from 4, the IPO price, all the way up here. No reason. Just traders. That's it. So it could easily go right back down to 4. Can take advantage of it, of course, because no shorts available, and it probably won't be shorts available for this one for several days. At Interactive Brokers, anyway. I don't know. I think Zach may have checked for him at Centerpoint. But all we try to do in a case like this is, maybe take advantage of, the craziness that can happen, but you've got to be nimble. So there is one on Friday also that could do something similar. You just have to wait for it to open. Yeah, but you're rarely going to find at most brokerages shorts available for an IPO, even if it's a big IPO. All right, GGR, are you going to fall below 7 in a big way? The high up here is 726, underneath 7, bit of a bottoming tail there, sort of a bit of direction unknown right now. Yeah, we know all that regarding the Michael. Yeah, I mean, it had earnings, or the CEO bought a whole bunch. Yep, you're absolutely right. His earnings on the 9th. Yeah, so the market reacted well a couple of days, but it's selling off today. Our favorite stock, our favorite halt stock of the day, AUST just resumed. Yeah, I mean, this is a massive pullback, okay? Obviously, not understating it. I mean, the only way, if it had pulled back a little bit and a base and then a pop, but this looks like it's completely over now today. Okay, I'm continuing to watch this GGR. See if it has any sort of a drop underneath 7. It's just kind of hanging underneath 7. Who's going to give up, the buyers or the sellers? Oh man, well, this one kept moving down. This is what I want. I was trying to short it a lot earlier, KZR. Couldn't get it where I wanted it because of the uptick rule, but big move down, little bit of a pop up, 50 cents, but now it resumes. And this had some news. Yeah, negative data, negative mid-stage data for this company. It's mid-stage, so wouldn't surprise me. Well, tomorrow, definitely be watching this tomorrow. Couple of reasons. Who knows? Maybe it has a pop, or it could continue down. I mean, there is the support at around 5. I was watching LL. I was thinking about shorting this one, and it popped up, and now this is another earnings play, guys. LL Lumber, well, old Lumber Liquidators. Now it's LL Flooring. RVSN, guys. I know I had three kicks at this one. It's starting to come off these lows here. Little bit of volume, little bit of volume. Again, there's a $7 price target put on this one by Aegis. All right, moment of truth right now for GGR. This looks like it could move higher. Spread is tightened to a penny, 698, 699. Well, but to be fair, most IPOs you cannot short the first day, right? Most IPOs, even if it were an Amex. So, but Amex, you're right, is a little more interesting. Okay, GGR. Well, maybe you are going to drop. Get into the 80s, and I'll probably take a little short on you. I like to see the spread tighten up a bit, but oh, I'm sure they are. Hey, listen, it may do well. I mean, it's a known company. There's no question, and there are huge, huge players behind it. It's not that I'm not going to know about it. I do have it the alert set, so I will know when it starts to trade. But and I just have a difficult time in this market thinking that a new IPO, even something that substantial, is going to do something really really well. But I may be wrong. No, maybe I didn't put it in. Maybe I forgot to. Okay, I will add it. Yeah, I don't see it here. Look at all these ones some of them are several weeks, maybe even months old. They just have not, that the one that happened today, the AUST. I probably put that in several months ago. All right, you're shaming me into doing it. Now, it'll be interesting to see where it opens. I mean, that's the key. Where is it going to open? Okay, so BLCO, okay? BLCO, and right click, create price alert. There you go. Okay, guys, GGR, maybe. Create the price alert, one. And 35 million. Ugh. 35 million between 21 to 24. And we've got MS, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup. No, we've got just a ton of people behind this one, of course. That's all I'm going to put. So yeah, so if it opens, well above 24, you're right. It might give us something. But it opens, below 24 or 21, probably going to fizzle for a while anyway. So, but I'll know about it. Wow, look at Okay, guys, GGR, yes. Nice. Order in just, remember I was saying just on the 80s. So I've taken some out now. Nice little scalp. I was a little worried because I thought, well, not worried because I wasn't in it yet, but the bid ask was 698, 699, and it hung there for a while. Okay, William, well, you must have made some on that one then. Oh, no, you're in DCPH. Well, tell me you shorted GGR. Don't have very much left, but let's see. I mean, there's my fantasy area, 650, right around here. You can see right there on the 5-minute chart. Oh, I see. Okay. I find that shorting those tops have been way, well, I mean, it's obvious, but shorting the tops, I find a lot easier than trying to play these bounces. Depends on the market, of course. But I know some of these bounces have been pretty good. So let's take a look at leg. LEG, so the alert was at 37.05, so it's just kind of hanging in there. My problem, I mean, look, if it got up to 37.50, that'd be awesome. Or 37.60, I guess that would be pretty good. You know what I'm going to do? I'm also going to go to that other. I'm going to go to that other IPO site that sometimes has information that is not, for whatever reason, on the site that I usually use. So I'm going to take a look there. Just got to find it. All right, so here we go. So we had the Austin. Here's the BLs. So these look like the ones. I think I've got all these. So I think I'm set. Yeah, well, I'll be getting not the big one. I'll be getting a 1-minute SPY chart up, big one, and we'll have fun for a while. As we know, probably the first five, it takes at least 5 minutes before we settle direction. You can see some wild swings in the first 5 minutes, big red candles, big green candles. So if you're in anything that in theory can get affected by the market, I probably would be I'd be reluctant to be anything right now, unless you're, in a swing trade. But I would be a little bit reluctant to be in anything just before that announcement. You never know what could happen. These small ones don't really care. Well, I look at both. I mean, the GGR, I mean, I see the 5. Certainly, I don't look really at the 2. The 2 is here. I probably should get rid of it. I don't really look at the 2-minute chart very often, but both of them, I mean, probably the 5 to start and then the 15. But it was more than it for me. It was more getting under that whole number 7. Okay, so it really didn't matter what time frame to look at as long as it was under 7. I was probably looking at the 5 a little bit more than strongly than the 15 in this particular one. But people ask all the time and I'll say it like this, if I only had one intraday chart that I could use, if that was some kind of a rule, the only one I would use would be the 15. And that's me. That's me. That's not a recommendation for anybody to do the same thing. Oh, stop it. My CRGE. Yeah, it's starting. You're right. It is starting to a little breakout here, a little bit of a breakout here. It's gone positive. Boy, it doesn't trade much. How can you tell? 779,000. That's 13 times normal. So where's the VWAP? 541. So it's above the VWAP. Of course, the 200-day is no issue. Look left. The next high is way up here at 7. Okay, that's it for me in GGL or GGR. That's it. Yeah, I checked the USO chart. Steve was talking about it when he was in YouTube between 12 and 1. He was talking about USO. Yeah, wow, what a wrap up. Yes. Oh, this one, what a great short almost all day. KZR. Again, I mentioned this earlier. I'm going to be watching this one tomorrow for one of two things, either a continuation down or you never know, you might get some kind of a bit of a bounce play out of it. So definitely we will have, and that's so for instance, I'll put this in a thumbnail chart. So it may not show up on any scan, it depends on the filters and all, but I do want to know about it. Yeah, there's no magic formula, JP. I wish there were. All right, well, I guess we're kind of just biding our time. Another 22 minutes before the big event at 2 o'clock. Look at WDC. It's really giving it up here, guys. Again, had a little pull up here, but starting to move down again. WDC. It'd be super interesting if it takes out yesterday's low, which is around $59. So it's a couple of dollars away from that. I have to stick an alert there. It may not happen today, may not ever happen, but I'm going to stick an alert there and see if it takes that out. Again, this is all about Elliott, I think, who held about $1 billion worth, suggesting that they should split their business. They've got hard drives, of course, and flash memory, and split the business. Larry's Netflix. Yeah, but it hasn't given up 190. So I mean, look at this, we're in about a 190 to 200 channel. I mean, it was a little bit low, a little bit below 190, but I mean, it has just been flatlining really for the last 5 days or so. I still have an alert at 13 for SOUN, sort of inching its way up again. Highly risky. Yeah, it's a teaser. Yeah, I find it's just not interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe you can try to play these little bounces and short these, but I mean, I just don't find it interesting anymore. With that news, I would have thought. I mean, it's not a crazy high float. And it had room. I mean, it had room to move if it wanted to. A bounce off yesterday. Let me ask, okay? I know what you're talking about, but let me ask one of the other traders who uses VWAP more. So C says VWAP 2, okay? That's what he says, VWAP 2. Bill, all right? Yeah, we have another 17 minutes. Let's get a big SPY 1 minute chart up just for fun to see if there's any activity. You mean, what was the question? The answer was VWAP 2. That's what Steve says anyway. So here's your 1 minute SPY chart, which I'll have up and running just at 2 o'clock. You're going to see some wild up and down action. Yeah, he wanted to know which to use. So I had to refer to Steve and he said use VWAP 2. Teasing, 13, teasing, S-O-U-N, teasing. And that's literally the high of the day, 13. Now, is that the high? No, it's actually the pre-market high has been taken care of. Well, guess what? Our favorite stock has just been halted again, AUST. Yeah, for me, leg just didn't have enough room. I mean, it's not wouldn't have been a bad little scalp, I guess, but it just didn't have enough room. Now, if it keeps going, and this is of course this is from Zach Scan 3705, just didn't have enough room. I thought maybe this high right there would stall it, and it may 3732. Yeah, well, I think obviously a 1 point high, a 1 point hike. I don't think I'll see any green candles on that SPY 1 minute. Well, let's see if SOUN can pop through 13 on volume. Volume, volume, volume. Probably the only reason I have a 2 minute chart up is just in case you get a big volume spike on the 2 minute. That's about all. Interesting. This is shortable too. Well, there, okay, guys, guys, there it goes. Well, that's an interesting move for SOUN. Just give me a moment, guys. I am. See, there was some volume. If you look at the 5-minute chart, there was some volume that did come in. Come on, move. Up or down, SOUN. All right, guys, I'm going to forget about that. Unless it really starts to rip. I mean, it popped up, got up to 1330. It's pulled back a little bit. Maybe if it takes that out again. I'm talking about the SOUN. Put an alert at 1321 and see if it takes it out again. See, the thing with something like this is you just can't, in my opinion anyway, you just can't take too many shares. Depends how much you're willing to risk, your dollar amount, because you're going to have a fairly wide stop because it's so jumpy. So you'd have to take fewer shares with a wider stop with the risk, whatever you're willing to risk on the trade, be it $100, $200, $500, whatever that number is. Well, we're all waiting, Mr. Coop Sammy. We're all waiting for the obviously 2 o'clock. %8 chance. Well, let's see. It's fairly high odds, fairly high. It's not 1%. Oh man, this just keeps penny by penny making its way down. KZR. What a week it's had. Or is this the day? I look, basically it's the day. This candle right there, this is today on the weekly chart. Starbucks new highs. Starbucks was an earnings play today, wasn't it? SBUX was an earnings play today. Yeah, what did it get up to? Got up to 80, down to 77. I mean, not terrible on a percentage basis. OI. Well, any major stock TRD. I mean, Facebook's any stock that really follows the overall market. And I don't play the ETFs, but I mean, you can obviously buy a bear ETF that tracks the market. But typically, the major stocks are the ones that. But you'd have to be careful because again, it may take 5 minutes, it may take 10 minutes before we really know market direction. You cannot. We might get a giant red candle to start, a big green candle, a big giant red candle, a green candle before it settles down. So, but I mean, if you want to short the market, I mean, you just find a bear ETF. So SPXU. So if the market is bad news, I mean, this in theory should go up, right? So instead of trying to pick one stock. I just have to prevent myself from hopping on this short, even though I think it's still going to keep going down, but I can't do it. I will not do it. I will not chase it. KZR. TZA, there's another one. Yeah, thank you, kitten. Another one. Small cap bear. So, all right, now I'm going to throw that big SPY chart up and see what's going to happen. We got 1 minute. So this is ahead of it. All right, guys. I'm still watching the SOUN. This SOUN will not be affected by the market, whatever happens, in my opinion, anyway. But that is not a recommendation to if you're thinking about taking it now, because I said, well, I don't think it's going to be affected by whatever happens. Okay, it's not a recommendation. I just think these things are too small. I mean, they don't usually roll with the market. Boy, That's getting tasty. 13.18, 13.20. Well, in theory, one more minute. We're at 1:59. All right, guys, we got about maybe 30 seconds, 20 seconds. All right, let's see what happens. There's your initial reaction, big green bar. Initial reaction. Now red. Now red, red, red. Red, redder, redder. Now green again. I mean, look at this. Look at that bottoming tail right down here. Remember, it was big green, big red, big green. What is it? 50 cent? Is it 50? Okay, so they didn't surprise. They didn't do a surprise of 75. But as I always say, gotta wait usually 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, it looks solid green right now, but usually have to wait about 2 or 3 minutes before you truly get the direction. See, look at this. See, look at this. I mean, how crazy is it, isn't it? I mean, look at this now. Giant red bar. I'm sure people thought, I don't mean in the room necessarily, but I'm sure people thought when they saw that candle and just accelerating green, 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 that was it. But now look at this. I'm not saying it's over. I mean, usually I like to wait 5 minutes. Now, is there something at 2:30? So he speaks at 2:30. Okay, so there's that also. And that can be wild also, depends what he says. This is text, this is just sort of a release, but now, people will listen for intonation and little clues here and there. So we're not, so 2:30 we could have, because I remember the last one that he spoke at 2:30, looked pretty good, and then he said something, and then market just absolutely got trashed. I'm not saying that's going to happen again. I'm just saying if you think it's all over now, maybe think again. Okay, guys, 2:04, so 2:05 now. So let's go to a 5-minute chart and just see, how whippy that was. Bottoming tail, topping tail. Go to a 15. Topping tail, bottoming tail. Very, very typical. All right, let's get back to maybe it could be in terms of the speech. It could be. Okay, guys. I'm keeping an eye on that SOUN. Actually, not basing too badly, just over 13. So we'll see what happens if it can catch a bid and start to move. SOUN. RVSN is starting to move a little bit again. I mentioned this one just a little while ago on the 2 break. Starting to move a little bit, but looks like there's a ton of resistance right around that 230 mark. We'll have to see if this one has any follow through tomorrow on that $7 price target put on it. And that's the RVSN. Yeah, I just sit it out until things settle down a bit. All right, guys, SOUN may be starting to move here. Boy, it had a big pop up to 1344, pulled back. I mean, it's just uncertain. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, big topping tail, bottoming tail. This is the first 15, remember, so this is the first 15-minute candle, but just, uncertain. Okay, I'm not getting anything new right now. And sit it out, guys. Just sit it out. I mean, there's probably going to be more fireworks at 2:30, so you just sit it out. Another earnings play, guys. SBH. SBH is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything. But once the market opened, it just, moved down. And this is looks slow looking left is around 15, so it's got some room. Sally Beauty Holdings. All right, well, the wild one, SOUN back over 13. Is it going to stay this time? Okay, guys, I'll be back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, we have another another 15 minutes to wait. Yeah, I just haven't. I may even have to start to pull out my pullback scanners and things like that. I mean, it's great to, I would have loved to have taken this LL earlier, okay, but then it pulled up and I kind of forgot about it, as an example. But so I want to sort of be aware of this. I mean, this one, KZR, I mean, from here, from $7.95, that started at 12.15. I mean, that's been straight down. That's a beauty. I mean, that is a beauty. Well, I guess I'm just going to maybe forget about the SOUN now. I was trying the only reason I was kind of fixated on it a little bit was because I didn't think it would be affected by the market at all. And I thought maybe it could, once it broke over 13, it could have a nice little run. Traders looking at that 18 that it hit yesterday, but I mean, it could still happen, I suppose, but it's just sort of giving it up. Red box guys, RDBX, RDBX, RDBX. Look at it go. Now a little move here for RDBX. The high is 775. Just looking at the lows here on the monthly chart or the weekly chart. Okay. So 795 is below that low, and 734 is below that low. Of course, 749. It looks like 705, that low, 695, that low. So it looks like 541. Boy, if it can take out seven, I mean, the next low is way down here on the weekly chart, around 540 or so, and that is for the KZR. BKI, go look at BKI from Zach. Oh, well, let's see, the high was around 70.57, so a couple of highs around there. The Black Knight. Yeah, I saw you posted some information on it. That's with the OI, right? OI? Am I wrong? Or am I wrong? Oh, there was something else with the OI. Oh, that's right. BKI and ICE. Thank you. Well, fun and games. So now the spy's got a direction. It definitely has a direction now. And more fireworks probably at 3:30 at 2:30. So again, I mean, obviously, if you're playing something that really relies on the market, either one way or the other, I wouldn't be doing anything. Yeah, we know that, Michael. Yeah, at 2:30. So the banana peel zone, yeah, the 68. I mean, right there takes out that low right there. Look out below for sure. I mean, then it could go right back down. Close, 68, 68.21, 68. It's kind of wild. A little, not actually, it's not that spready for a $68 stock. Uh, What happened to my Bluetooth? Give me a moment. Cat and mouse, 68. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. Come on, baby, take out that 68. All right, you ugly thing, SOUN, are you going to do it again or are you just going to play around? Are you going to really surge through this? SOUN? Stubborn, Zach. It's very stubborn right here at 68, the BKI. Yeah, is it halted on the way up? It must be exponential. Can't really see it because that doesn't look like a big pop. Look at the SPY now, guys. Oh my goodness. Look at this SPY. Now, a couple of minutes, or actually about a minute and 10 seconds for the speech, whatever he's going to say. Look at the SPY now, though. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just doing something here. Well, I'm definitely watching this SOUN later on. All right, so what's happening? 3:30, 2:30. What's he saying? So far, the market is not tanking anyway. Oh, you got to be diligent in YouTube. Get rid of these pesky sites. So now down. Man. All right, BKI. I'll get a real flush on this thing. Ooh, okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit here. Okay. I'm here, but just on mute. All right, guys, I'm back in, and so I basically got out of that BKE flat. I was looking for a massive capitulation underneath 68. Didn't happen yet anyway, so I'm kind of out of it flat. I may look later on, but I was hoping for about a $2 or $3 drop, and I kept holding and holding and holding. Anyway, let's just, what time is it now? 2:45. So the room will be open until 3:30. I'll put myself on mute around 3. So one last. The promo code, actually, let me get the test drive in. The test drive link, you want to take the test drive, starts on May the 16th, runs until 29th, that is 10 trading days. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Here we are. So you can sign up for it. Again, it starts on the 16th. So you sign up today. It'll cost you $11.11. It'll be 10 trading days with trade ideas. You'll have access to the full premium service except for auto trading, okay? Now, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. You're not getting any live data until the 16th. However, on Friday, the 13th, about an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program so you can actually start to play around with it. You know, I'm going to give you some links. I'm going to give you some links that you can take a look at the getting started. Actually, just save my home page, okay? You save my home page, then you can take a look at the getting started. You can take a look at the user guide. You can take a look at all my scans. So, I mean, if you're just starting out, if you're taking this test drive, then again, on the 13th, you'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes. So you could spend the balance of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, get yourself familiarized with trade ideas so that you're prepared, you know, for the 16th, the live data, okay? Got it, real? It's on the 16th. All right, on my homepage, and I think the promo code has been changed. Yes, so there it is. There is the promo code you can use right now. Miles Sale 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, so you can click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what you'll see. You'll see an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. You know what? If you don't know this program very well and you're thinking about trying it, try the monthly. 118 less the 25%, or the premium 228 less the 25%. It actually had a pretty good day today. Now the AI. What was I going to say? So 118 less the 25%, or the 228 less the 25%. And if you decide that you do want to upgrade to an annual, you know, within 30 days, we'll honor that 25% promo code. Okay. We get rid of some of these. Give me a moment here. Okay, sorry. Now, if you're just starting out, this is what I was saying. So if you're going to take this test drive, if you save my link, first thing you should do is get the Let's Get Started. Okay, take a look at that. It's about 30 minutes long. There are 10 segments. It'll take, and it starts off with literally with the installation. Okay, download an installation, your first startup and login, etc. So there are 10 videos. It'll take about 30 minutes to do that. That's the first thing you should do. Then after that, you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get hung up on how much information there is here. So you just go to the education section, click on the user guide, and Probably these are, the channel bar, the alert window, and the top list window. That's what I would really familiarize yourself with. After that, sure, there are other things, but you don't have to learn everything. And Chris will be in our YouTube room at between 3:30 and 4:30 today. So I'll put the link in before I do sign off in the main room. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Just have to expand this a bit. But I don't know what happened. Usually there's a little blurb. Anyway, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so this is all free, back to basics if you're brand new to trading. And then my scans. My scans are here, the ones I'm sharing. Hey, something's gone weird. This is all bolded now. Anyway, the scans that I'm sharing right here. And of course, we have a ton of scans up here. Click on new from the toolbar and then dock channel bar. Lots of scans are here. These are all theme-based channels. So again, save my link. Then you can look at these 3 sections whenever you want. Of course, I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for that. And the trade of the week is free. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay? So a lot of information. Save my link. The SOUN is starting to move now. Do I do it? I said I would, later on, because I just think that some traders are going to be looking at that. No, 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 no. Oops. So I almost made a mistake. I almost made a mistake. So again, all traders are looking at is this high of yesterday, and that's 1814, a what if scenario. So we have about 7 minutes that I'm on the mic. I'll always hop back on if need be, but any questions right now? Now look at the market. Well, I don't know what he's saying, but the market's liking it, even though I saw a bunch of negative comments about this and that. But the market, whatever he said, the market's liking it. Look at this. Look at this move, guys. That's a big move. That is a big move. Yeah, yeah, it is really taking off now. I mean, Dow's up. Dow's up big now. SPY's up. NASA's up. Everything's up. Happy days. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, remember, Remember right here? Remember that candle was all the way down here, big red candle. That's it. It's all over. Now look at it. Amazing. Why is JCI down so much? I don't know. Let's take a look. I think it had a downgrade. What's an earnings play? Michael, you know this. It's an earnings play. So whatever they said, they don't like it. Market didn't like it. It's an earnings play. And before you start saying, yeah, but I read the earnings release and it all looked good, doesn't matter what you think. The market reacted really negatively to this. So even WDC, remember last time I looked at WDC, it was just fading badly. And now it's popped. It was all the way down to 60. Now it's back up to 62. RVSN, guys. It'll be interesting tomorrow. Let's see if this $7 price target has any effect on the second day. Certainly had the effect on the first day. It is up 71%, 135 million, only seven. I'm actually surprised it's not up more. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm actually surprised it's not up more with that volume. 135 million with only 7.7 in the float. I mean, I know it's up 69%, but we have seen stocks like this run 2, 3, 400% in the day with that sort of a float and that sort of volume. So it's kind of interesting to me that it didn't move more. You know, I had the pullback but it just sort of fizzled for the balance of the day. But the volume is coming in. All right, guys, it is 2:58. I don't see any other questions. So again, I'll be here. I'm sitting here, but I will put myself on mute. Guys, I'm going to hop on the mic. I have to say the AI had a great day today in the face of all the stuff that was going on. I mean, had a great day today. Most of these trades are earnings, and if you heard me talk about the AI, over the last little while, I mean, it's been really spotty, but I thought it would maybe pick up once we got into earnings season. And man, so I mean, there's Onto, ONTO. You just have to check. You see, there's earnings play. OII, I believe, I don't know if this is, no, if this is not an earnings play. AMD was, PRTS was, Tupperware was on the short, EHTH on the short was, ANDE was another one. So we had a mixture, I think CL or KLIC. Let's take a look. Yeah, KLIC, another earnings play. MPLX, let's see if that was earnings. No, but it was May 3rd, so it was close. So right around earnings season, this certainly gets a little more active, and you get some movement. A lot of times, the AI trades, when we're outside of earnings season, seems to be very stagnant. You get into something and then it just doesn't move. But boy, oh boy, I mean, this has just been a great day for the AI on especially now that everything is just racing higher. What a big day. Look at the Dow, guys, 750. Look at the Dow. NAS. And that BKI is still halted. I hope, hope you guys are out of it. I know, Zach, I don't know if you're still in that short of it. Because, yeah, as William said, they're both halted, ICE and BKI. You're in out? Okay, good. Oh, it is out. It is, yeah. ICE to buy Black Knife. Ooh, man. Well, I am certainly glad I'm out of it. Man, for $85 a share, I am really glad I'm out of it.
What are we out of, Barry?
Oh, we're out of the BKI. Hi, hey, you're early.
I thought I'd come in and chat with you for a minute.
Yeah, no problem. We'll take a look.
Exciting
BKI.
day and all that. BKI.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
BKI. What do we got? And can you hear me typing, by the way?
Type again.
Typing a whole bunch.
Nope.
That software is something.
It is. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh wow, BKI.
Wow. So
yeah,
it just
that's,
opened.
Something.
So what happened is this was ramped up because there was a rumor that ICE was going to buy them. Okay. But some might have thought, okay, maybe it's just a rumor, and then it got halted, and then it just opened, and the buyout is around $85, even though we're sitting at 77 now. But there were, I was actually short. I got out before the halt.
Oh man.
Yeah, I got out before the halt, and I think most in the room did. But what a day. Yeah, what an incredible day. You bring up I'm sure you'll do this. You'll bring up a SPY chart, and you see the 230 candle was bright red, like bright red.
I felt
all
cheated.
The way down.
I was gonna say to everybody, I feel cheated because we didn't actually make a new intraday low after the Fed meeting. We made the intraday high after it, and then usually follow an intraday low before we decide any kind of directions. And it just missed by a couple of points. So we even call it a Fed day.
Unbelievable, really. And then the AI, I mean, probably the best day in a long time for the AI. If you're
wow, I looked earlier and I didn't even see. You're right. I saw earlier a couple of shorts that were looking good, and funny now those don't look as great as they were before.
Well, take a look now.
We got the great that was a short that worked all right.
The ANDE. Well, it's not working now, but at one point it went from 37 down to about 32.
Yep.
But most of these are earnings plays. I mean, it's that simple. Most of them are. If you look at the Onto, the AMD, PRTS, Click, I think MPLX, Andy, EHTH, Tupperware.
Yep.
They're all earnings plays.
Yeah.
Well, that's when the AI can get
that
good.
Volume. That volume.
Yeah.
So excellent stuff. So All right,
Yeah.
sir.
Are you
sure I
ready?
suppose I'm ready if you're ready. Let me
I'm ready.
switch here.
Okay.
Share screen and
You sound better today
where's the
too.
car there is. Yeah, it was, I don't know, allergies or a cold or what it was. There's several people at the symposium that all got COVID. I got tested 1,000 times and still negative. So, and I'm better.
good
So
for you.
I have to guess it was either allergies or cold. So lucky me.
Okay.
All
All
righty,
right.
Barry.
We'll
We will
talk to you tomorrow for
see. Yes,
sure.
indeed, indeed. Have a good one.
Okay. You too. Bye-bye.
So yes, folks, exciting day and all that. It's funny, the AI doing what it was doing today, and I generally take a peek every day, but I, just caught up a lot of support stuff going on for me recently. It's really got my attention that way. And lo and behold, what a nice day from the AI, and a little bit of something for everybody. You had some stuff that was mid-range, lower priced, some more higher priced items here. I made reference to this EHTH, and I made a nice entry here and wicked you down.
Okay, guys,
Stop
I'm
right there.
going to. Oops, sorry. I forgot to mute myself.
I
Forgot to mute
thought
myself.
I'm
I'm
getting
talking to the other room. Just a minute. Okay.
so you had a nice wick down here, and continued, and couldn't quite push through, but gave you plenty of time off that entry that was up here to take some profits, and then it went sideways, was still in the money, and giving us a little breakdown after that range for reversing. And but we have this going on with the SPY right here, so obviously you don't want to be short with that going on unless something's really alpha short. Sorry, just clicking some things out of my way. And for me today, I just made one quick trade very early to scalp something for a couple of bucks. What was it? I don't even remember what I traded now. I'm going to go to my orders book here. There it is. So just this for a couple of bucks up here, NEGG. Came on a race early, grabbed it here, sold it there, put a limit order right in, sold it, and that was that for me. I was looking at LTHM after that gap up, but I just didn't feel comfortable grabbing it for whatever reason. Just something said to stay away. I don't know that I would have made a good entry on it anyways, but I've had this line here for a long time. So interesting, it came down and tagged that. I didn't notice that earlier today, and kind of made a check mark off of that line. So I'll be keeping my eye on this again. It was I took a bath on it last week, actually. Was it last week or the week before? I can't remember. I bought it this day here. I got that green day, and I carried it into the next day, and I got cocky on it. And I got cocky on the overall market, to be honest with you. I thought we were moving back up. And I only took a little bit of profits on this day here. And then I participated enough down on that side, unfortunately, because I'd stuck a really low stop on it, and I let it come all the way back and kill my gains. And it got me actually at the bottom of that candle, which was a real bummer. So it was really poor trade management on my part. And I should have exited that trade with a couple of bucks that I had left on it as it was moving down, instead of letting it come and get my stop. But like I said, I got a little arrogant and complacent, and well, that's what happened. And so that was that. And then obviously it was a good exit here, and I had no way to know that it would do this on earnings, and I would have never held it through earnings anyways. So that is the way the cookie crumbled on that. So, but anyways, it was really all that I was watching, other than keeping an eye for the talking heads and whatnot in the FOMC day. So I've got you folks awfully silent. There was a someone, I don't know if it was a gentlewoman or a gentleman, that I was speaking with in our chat. If you were here, they were asking about some options ideas and things like that, inquiring about what our software can and can't do. If you were here in the stream, please let me know. I'll go over some of that. They were asking about how we make recommendations, and I was explaining, mostly the only recommendations, I won't call them recommendations, it's still idea generation, but it's the AI that gives those entry signals with the different exit parameters. Other than that, all of our scanning is idea generation. And the idea is to find, help you find quality ideas in the market. And from there, you got to be the trader still. So if you are here, Mr. Person or Mrs. Person, please let me know in the chat panel here. Okay, so far no dice. So all right, the market is really in rip mode right now. I mean, this isn't just a little rally right now. And I guess, someone's gonna okay, so you are here. So I'll just finish this market thought and then I'm gonna go into this whole options idea. So my thought here is the fact that the Fed is really, for a long time now, they've telegraphed everything. They've stuck to a playbook. They've really said what they're going to do ahead of time. And outside of something new and catastrophic happening, it looks like of course they're going to stay that course. This is how they're going to fight inflation. This is what they're going to do. All those things like that. And so with that said, let me get rid of these arrows. No longer necessary. With that said, the market is all clear to continue the range that we've been in. And I'd say that range is somewhere around this 460, 420 range. And again, a big part of me still sees this head and shoulders, complex head and shoulders here. Measured target to that neckline, we bring that back down here. That's about where it'd be, somewhere in the 480, 89, 88, 87 range, something like that. Maybe a little lower, actually, maybe in the 470 range. But 370 range. Sorry, I keep saying 4. Will it happen? Who knows? All right, who knows? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody really knows. Perhaps someone back there with the end all be all bookmaker knows, but they're not letting it out to you or me. That's for sure. So, as it maintains for a very long time, there's no real reason for stocks to go up. And yet they don't really go down. So I guess there's no real reason for them to go down. And that's what we do. We stay in this range. Chop, 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 chop. Now on to the person I was in the chat with and what we can do for options. So as I mentioned before, our AI Holly, which you can find right here, you can see this here. That's our AI. All right, these are long strategies here, the name of the strategy. This gave us an entry time, the signal, the entry price, and the last price. I don't know why these are all out of order for me. I don't like that at all. There we go. And we can see the change from entry. And then we have some different exit reasons and parameters. We have different modes, conservative mode and moderate mode. I always tell people forget aggressive. Aggressive doesn't count. It's without a stop. And so moderate just means that, we would get out of a trade if a stop was hit, or we'll hold it to close on the end of the day. Conservative mode has something that's similar to a trailing stop. It also has something to reduce the risk if it looks like we're going to get stopped out and it decides to not wait for the stop. So that's what we call reduced risk. You can see here. Obviously, we have the stop loss. And we have timed exits, which is what will happen here with KLIC. In a couple of minutes, that will trigger, and same with OII. All right, so that's how the AI works. There's a little bit to it and a learning curve like anything else. Anything worthwhile is, takes a bit of time to learn, maybe a week, 2 weeks, depending on, how up to speed you are with markets, market terminology, and software. The trading aspect obviously takes longer than understanding a lot of software in general, but that's the only entry and exit signals we get. Everything else is based on IGA generation. So to give you an example of an option scan that I have, I'm going to load this scan and find it. Options. So I've got this table here, and we call it a top list And what I've done is I've created these filters, or I should say I've used these filters that were created for me. If we come into the configure, what I've done is I've told this scan, I want you to find me stocks between $10 and $100. They have to be 75% above the low of a 20-day range. So I want to see them breaking out on 20 days. I want to see we're moving up over those 20 days, 20 days being a month. So there's some significance to that. Relative volume of 1, and they had to trade 1.25 million shares today, at least, or more. And then I told the scan all those stocks that fit that criteria. Then I want you to sort them on their percent of options volume today. And so what it does is it just takes, a percent of options contracts traded in a day and a 10-day average of that, and then it'll order all those stocks just as you see here on this options volume percent today, just like that. And so the ones that have the biggest options volume on percent today that meet the rest of the filters will be on top. The ones with the least will be down here at the bottom of the scan. And so that's what I've done with this scan. So it's fairly simple in the scanning, and then we add a layer of complexity to it by the sort data, using the options to sort, giving me the strongest option stocks based on those filters. And of course, if we come back into the configure and we search, there are other options that we can look at, or other options filters. So as I mentioned in the chat that we were in, we have a put call ratio I could add to that, and I can either scan for it or sort based on that. We've got, options and contracts today. We've got options and contracts as in the average number of it. We've got the actual put volume and the actual call volume. And again, back to the options volume as a percent today. And those are the six options of options scanning that we have. From there, you could use this and then you could head to your broker. So for example, you could head and see LTHM. You could head to your broker and see what options change are tradable from there. And that's a way to give yourself a way to scan for options within our software, and then take it a step further to see what are your options for trading those contracts within your broker. So hopefully that all makes sense. If you have, or anybody has any questions, please fire those away for me in here. And I hate to do this. I'm really struggling with back testing. User guide says right click on alert window. That not working on my PC. I'm doing something wrong. All right, let me take a look here, Peter. So let's mess around and back test something together. So get any alert window out. And I've got one, I'll bring one up here. And this is what I'm going to do, Peter. So right click, all right? And as long as it's an alert window, it's an alert window, just to double check here, Peter, that we got the A in the top left corner, all right? That's going to indicate the alert window versus the T window there, all right? Just because I used to mess that up a lot, so. And then we right click and look for the back test. It should be a little more than midway down, all right? That's where you're going to find it. And you'll get this window here with all these tabs, and we can make our adjustments from there on what we want to do with the back test. Just I'll give you a second, Peter. Just let me know if you catch up there. So sorry, just giving myself a second here. All right. And then once we're here, so I've got this all kind of configured on this, and I've been running this back test since December. This is that one scan that I've talked about over and over again that when we get a trending market, I'm excited to put it to work with some automation, but I'm not going to do it in this market here. And I'm going to simulate the buy on this real fast, although I should have gone through the tabs, I suppose. And look, it's not setting the world on fire, but I'll say this: if this thing could make me $75 to $150 every other day on top of my discretionary trading, I'd be more than happy with that. I'm paying for weekly groceries like that. Some realistic thoughts that I try to have when I'm looking at back testing. And just we can see this thing. It looked real nice for a while, took a pretty big bath, move back up, come back down, come back up, come back down. So a long ways to go on this. We could even call this a cup and handle on my equity curve. That's a beautiful cup and handle right there. With that said, there's a period of time where the most winning days in a row was 7 on this, and the most losing days in a row was 2. It's now 4 and 5, but I've also seen the spread on this go from about 29 cents winners and 31-cent losers to this here. And I've seen this go in between, I'll say 26 and 35. And I say I've seen that bounce between 5 and 8 right there. I don't put a lot of stock into these two numbers here in general. And the one that I really put the two things that I really put stock into on the back testing is this here and this here. And I'm not crazy when you got that one big day, but I had lots more evened out days, on the winner side way back here, on data that's long since rolled off now. And we can see this is actually kind of making like a symmetrical triangle here on that. So we'll see which way it's going to resolve itself, my daily P&L on these forward testing that I'm doing. But this has been an active, what I would consider an active forward test for a long time on it without tweaking. What's the definition of colors on the chart? I'm not sure what you mean by definition of colors on the chart. Are you talking about on the equity curve, Peter? Let me know if are you talking here on the equity curve, the green, darker green, or is it black? I can't really tell. Versus the lighter green, is that what you mean? Let me know. Yeah, okay, yeah, so that's easy. So what you're looking at here is this equity curve. You're gonna have this one is just the actual gross equity curve, meaning if we just took the trades, no commissions, no slippage, no anything like that, that's what would happen right here on that darker line. And this one is just accounting for what I've decided on commissions, and I put $1.50 a trade for my commissions. Probably it's a little, maybe a little more than that. That's based on, taking 300 shares no matter what on this. Now, that's not how I'd run it in a live strategy, but what you can do in Brokerage Plus is a slightly different than some of the stuff you can do here in the optimization process. The reason for this is a couple of reasons. One is not everybody that optimizes a scan is going to put it to automation. All right. So there are things that cannot be done in automation that can be done in a back test, but we're not going to take that ability away from someone who's going to say, well, I don't want to put it to automation. I just want to back test it to see what it looks like, my strategy like this based on whatever. And then I want to control the trades from there. And we're not going to tell them, well, no, you can't back test it because we can't send it in automation. So that's how that works. Yeah, so the other green is going to be another curve based on this commission share trade one down here, I have a feeling. So if I add something there, let me see. I add Add that there. Does that do it? Yeah, so that's what that does there. So if we add this one here, you can see what that did here. All right. And I don't know why that did that. So that's if I was having 10 cents per share, which would be an insane commission. But I just wanted to put a number in there to show you what that is. So that's what that third curve is. All right. And then now it's gone again. So that's all that is, giving you different options because different people will be doing the strategy for different brokers, different reasons, different account sizes, all those things like that. So, we make the attempt to give as much data as possible for everybody involved. And so that's, a little short and skinny there on back testing. Let me know if I wasn't clear about something or if anybody else has any other questions about this. Same thing, Peter, if you need me to, something didn't make sense that I said, or you need me to cover something else, you got another question, fire away for me. Oh, that's excellent to hear. Excellent to hear. And like I said, you took it easy on me today. So I'm glad I could help with that. When the docked windows first came out, they gave me a lot of trouble. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, no, the clear definition is just simply this. So one color is going to represent this here, and you can line them up by this here. So look, this one here says net equity curve, including commissions per trade. All right. And so that's commissions per trade right there. All right. So hold on, we're going to do it like this. So this one equals this line where the pink is. All right. And then I'm going to change my color. Let's see, we can go blue. So this one, the black line, all right, that's going to equal if we didn't have anything here. So nothing there and nothing there, all right? We had a 0 in both of those. That's what that's imitating right there. And then this black one that I'm going to do would equal only this here, all right? If I did this, watch again. All right. So that black line would equal this really light green one here. All right. And so this is, how much I had to, this right here saying how much I would have had to pay per trade. So that's why this line comes down because it cost me money for the trades on this. This one's saying I didn't pay any money for the trades. This one's saying I paid a crazy amount of money for the trades, and paying that much money for the trades means the strategy would have been a big loser at that point. That's what the clear definition really is. So gross just means I didn't pay anything to get in the trade. This is commissions if I paid how much per trade, and this is commissions if I paid how much per share. That's what that means. Let's get back to my nice, I like my pink. Oops, 0. There we go. Now we're back to it. Excuse me a moment, just typing out a message to someone. Okay, we got that covered. All right, Peter, glad we got that. What about CVS? What about CVS? What does it look like? You know what I'm going to say. I'm a trader. I ain't looking for no investments right now. Looks like they're rescued by the Fed. I mean, that looks very similar to a SPY chart, to be honest, over the last couple of weeks. That looks, very much like what the SPY looks like over the last few weeks. Let's say you're tied there. Let's put that up really quick if I can type. There we go. So, I think that's very similar, maybe a little stronger CVS. Let's see, is there any catalyst for CVS right now as we change seasons? I'm trying to think. People buying more sunscreen, like real reasons to get into CVS. Everybody's always going to need toothpaste and toothbrush and all that stuff like that, deodorant, shaving equipment, and vitamins, all that. I'll say this though, actually look kind of strong off the rest of the day here. So what do they got? They had earnings this morning, and you know me, I'm looking for levels. So this is what I'm going to tell you here. This is what I was doing my TA on the chart, my regular TA. It was a big level right there, 100. I think that's zero surprise to anybody on this planet that does technical analysis. That seems to be a level to struggle with, where it got poked its head over, came back down, touched, poked its head over, came back down, touched, bang, bang. So I'd say we're head back in this range. You're up to, what is it, 108-ish, 107, 107? Yeah. So I'd say, as long as the market itself doesn't roll over, I wouldn't be surprised to watch this thing grind back up to 107. I'd say at this point, that'd be my educated trader's guess. And WBA, what do you got for us here? WBA and downtrend. And Walgreens looks a lot weaker than that. CVS is the pick, I'd say, out of those two. I mean, you could attempt to make an argument for descending triangle that could bust out this way, I suppose. But I feel like that argument is based on getting some kind of love here from the market. Because if it gets through this line, it's a fast drop down here back to 40, that's for sure. And even below, I'd say, you're looking 38, 36 after that. So I'd say I'm more skeptical of this moving up than CVS, that's for sure. You want to be above here, I'd be interested in it holding above this 44 level and watching it drift back up probably to this 47 level, give or take a few pennies either way. And I think that's where you head. I don't think either one is set to, I don't think this is set to bust out anywhere whatsoever. If that gets back up here, I think it'll struggle, barring them having some kind of news, but I'm not a news person. So that's my technical to do there. What do I think about SMG? What do I think about SMG? Who is SMG? Scott's Miracle-Gro. I think everybody should have a beautiful garden, first of all. I think that's one of the great things in life. I think this is a terrible downtrend. Like, wow, downtrend, which is odd. I mean, that's just, woo, buddy. I'll also say that we are looking at a big support level at 100 once again. So magic numbers for whatever it's worth. I guess we call that a really long descending triangle going all the way back to last year. But I think that you can't really call it a descending triangle at all. Let me take that back. 100's your support level. Below that, below 100, you're looking at pandemic lows somewhere in that 75 range. All right. So, we're well off that 100, but this thing also looks like it can really move. I mean, look at this thing. It's up, 9% today, almost $10.50. So it's coming off earnings yesterday. So the earnings, I'm guessing someone like that. We're in spring, people are buying stuff, they're gardening, new garden beds, all those things like that. And you know you're going to struggle right here. So I think a 120, you got room to just over 130. And so that's what you want to look at for ranges on this thing right now. You want to hold this 116 level, 117 level, and that gives you room up to that 130, 132, 133 level. Yeah, 133-ish. So I think that's what you're looking at on the technical analysis side of things right there. Yep, I have no idea what any of those numbers mean whatsoever. That is like, I'd say, like speaking Greek to me. I have probably a better chance of understanding Greek than that stuff. So that, yeah, you know, those are my technical analysis on those three that we just looked at there. Looks like a large portion of the crowd here did not like my technical analysis on any of that, as we went from had 32, excuse me, I had like 44 of you in here, now to 32. That's all right. I didn't like them anyways. Yeah, I like CVS more. Definitely like CVS more. Technically speaking, you know, it looks like it wants to that higher end of that range more than Walgreens will. You know, for my 2 cents in there. Let's see. Markets closed. Ding, 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 ding. And we closed strong. Wow. Rejected off 430 on the SPY. But that's a strong close, you know, because how many closes have we seen recently where, you know, we had kind of a strong market day and then we gave it up going into the close. And today we did not really give up anything going into that close whatsoever. So I think that's a pretty big deal. So let's see, the Dow couldn't close up 1,000 points. So I was just looking at this here. Barry put something in. So Dow closed up 932. NASDAQ really was on fire here. And SPY too, you know, 3% on the SPY, or well, 3% on the S&P, I should say. Not exactly the same, but you know, for all intents and purposes. Let's see, Rachel. When I look at my alerts, I want to filter out a specific ticker to see what time exactly each alert was. It only gives me the alert starting from second one, not the first alert. Check if you have, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. What am I doing here? Excuse me, I'm trying to get my brain together for a second. So when you go to history and you run history, it's not giving you, oh God, these people. When you go to history, it's not giving you, Rachel, the whole full story. So let's see, OIIO. Let me know, Rachel, if I'm understanding correctly. So check to see, go right click, go to properties, go to view mode and make sure you have newest first selected. Because if you go group and sort by, it can mess with how the alerts get displayed in the order that they're displayed in. I'm guessing that's what's tripping you up there, but I can't say for sure without having the scan. And just for anybody that wants to understand what that is. And here's a little blurb from the user's guide. So right click the alert window, look for properties, and go to view mode and make sure newest first is checked. Because if you have it group and sort by, it can pull things what looks to be out of order, it could be in order based on whatever the grouping and sorting by function is telling it to do in the scan. I'm on newest first. I'm still missing some. And are you right clicking and going to history? Because also this is what will happen too. If you mess with an alert window, like if you edit an alert window partway through the day, it'll reset the alert window from the beginning. So if you go to history, is it showing you all the things that it should have alerted? Oh, okay, but the count doesn't mean that it should have alerted for the scan. The count only means that it made it. So this is what a count does actually. Gotcha. All right, so this is what count does. I got it now. So the count filter doesn't tell you how many times it hit your alert window. It tells you how many times the actual alert itself was triggered. So for example, if I had a scan that was looking at stocks in between, let's say $9 and $10, all right, and I used and it was looking for new highs on that, and for the actual alert, and all of a sudden, the stock started at $9 and it makes a new high all day long. So technically it could make 100 new highs, all right? But once it passes that $10 range, it no longer meets the filter. It wouldn't alert anymore, all right? Or that's a bad example. Let's say if I used a breaking resistance alert or a crossed above resistance alert like this. And let's say, it crossed above the resistance, 10 times on the day, all right? And then it passed my filter though, so it couldn't be alerted anymore, and then it came back down so it could be alerted again. So it might have been getting technically these alerts here, making these alerts while the scanner couldn't pick it up anymore because it was above the price filter. Does that make sense? It's just showing you the number of times this alert triggered, not the whole alert window itself, because remember the alert window is two functions, the alert and the filters. That's what the count means. So let me know if that's what's going on there for you. Let me know if that makes sense. I'm having trouble explaining it. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it well. Or like this for an idea. Let's say that you've got a stock and it's got it's a new high as the alert and the relative volume can't be higher than 2, for example. All right. And so it makes 5 new highs on the day. So then you'd have a count of 5. and the relative volume was under 2, under that max of 2. And then all of a sudden, it goes over the relative volume of 2, but keeps making new highs on the day. Well, the count would technically be going up, even though we're not getting the alert. And then let's pretend the volume slows down and the stock stays flat for a while, all right? And now all of a sudden, the volume comes down, so relative volume drops, and the stock starts to make new highs, and the relative volume comes back under the 2 maximum threshold. Well, then we might get, let's say, our 6th alert for the day, but the count could be at, let's say, 10 now, because it kept making new highs, coming up to this level while it was past the threshold what we were allowing for the relative volume. And then once the relative volume came back down, but it was still making new highs, we got the full package of alerts again. That's, I think, a better way to explain it. That's what the count filter is doing. It's a way of indicating momentum, essentially. However you want to define momentum. I'm using new highs as the example in this, but new lows or standard deviation breaks and so on and so forth. And any of those could be used in that sense. And we might be having a support meeting in a moment, so I might go back and forth between muting myself. Right. Anytime. Okay. So it wouldn't alert on a scanner because not all the filters were achieved. That's exactly it. And after I use the filter to look at that stock, I want to go back to the regular scanner. So what I would always say is, no, you can't have it revert. So what I would say is this: if you've got a scanner and you're looking at it and you want to go back in the history, right click, duplicate it, into a free floating window or a document, whatever you want to do, duplicate it. And then you can run the history or mess with it. So you have the original scan with everything there, not messing with that, because you make any edits on the scan during the day, it'll reset it, and that'll be that. And then you can, you have one that you can play with whatever you want to do for whatever purposes. Or and then you don't lose the data that you've had during the day. That would be my suggestion to you on that. All right, cool. Let's see. That back tester isn't giving me accurate results. Must be doing something wrong. Calling to the back tester should be 300K in the hole. I mean, I don't know what you got going on the back tester, because people can really skew things by putting in funny numbers with the stops and holds and things like that. So correct me if I'm wrong. I can't look at back testing for today. No, we have to take and digest all that data and then spit it back out to the next day. So no way to look at today. Yeah, that's correct. Well, I mean, are you taking I'm going to call you Dion, because I think it's a little easier than going the full name. So Dion, are you taking every single alert that's coming through it? Like, can you, if you shared the scanner with me, if you can share the scanner with me, if you can send it to me via email, I could pull it up here and try that and see what's going on. You can't search a specific ticker you can't just type a ticker and see if it came up in all these scanners. What you can do is this, and I did this, what we did yesterday, is create like that stocks like this template, like I did. Also, I found out what was wrong. So if you wanna send me the scanner, you can email it to me here, support@trade-ideas.com. Email it to me there and just say, here's the scanner that I'm talking about in the live stream for back testing with Chris, and we can get it from there. So, all right. So I was working on 4 things at once. Just got hit. I hit with this side and that side. So, all right. What we could do is we can go, that, for example, I did that spike scan template yesterday with you folks at stocks like this. And so I can go through and I can, see what got triggered at what time with a blank template. So I've just added a bunch of columns here. So if we come to the configure, remember, there's no values, but these are just all selected as columns. And I took a whole bunch of alerts and I put all checks in all these alerts, and I could run the history on individual ticker like that. Sorry, I'm just going through. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming at me at once in support. And then the other thing to use is the stocks like this page, which, so we had a server go down yesterday. That was my other thought. And it affected 17% of our alerts, actually, causing an issue there. And that's why the stocks like this page was not giving me the data that I needed yesterday when we were trying to back build something. So if we're on our home page here, again, the stocks like this page we can look at. So support, traders area. And this is going to be the best way. Like, there's no way, like I said, to say, oh, this ticker alerted on all these scanners, because there's an infinite amount of scanners that exist out there. And there's no universal way to, take a ticker and stick it into all your scanners, see if it was alerted like that. So, we could take LTHM was a good example for today, I guess, or SMCI. Why not? And so we could take that and we could see at, let's say, 10:30 and a 5-minute snapshot. And these are all the alerts that it would have alerted to, and what the filters would have been, for price and so on and so forth. And that's the way we can back engineer scan that way, is going through all these. And, you can start to build out an alert window, adding these filters and putting in whatever range we determine, that we want to use based on these filters like that. Yeah, I can share that again. So it's not a spike scanner. It's what it is. It's a blank. It was like trying to find stocks that's or trying to back engineer a scan for stocks that made a spike on the day. So let me find a link for that to share it. Load from cloud, share. And remember, always please save anything that I share, because a lot of these things I create I never use, so I get rid of them afterwards. Yeah, I'm Chris here. Yep. And so, like I said, so like if we were trying to find, let's take a look to see if we can find a chart where something really spiked today. Well, let's see if we could have caught what TMDX would have done, because there's a pretty nice move that happened through here. And so if we go to configure, we're going to go to symbols list, and I got to change first to all symbols, and I can change it back to a single symbol. All right, to change it. So TM. And I chose, what I did here is I chose these based on things that were moving kind of quickly or made some big moves on the day. So that's why I picked the filters that I picked to show the columns. But there's no values of the filters. We're just want to return the values at different times. And we chose all these different alerts here to see what might have got triggered on here, all right? And so now if I run the history on it today, we'll see what we got. That link isn't working. Here, let me try again. Let me try a different link. It doesn't make sense that that wouldn't work. But try this one. Same thing, but I saved it twice. So try that. And so look, now we can see, what this scan did, or what this stock did, and what the filter values were on all these different filters throughout the entire day as it hit these alerts. So, when this alert hit, the price was here. Here's how many shares it had traded on today. Here's where its relative volume was at that time. So we could see it was in a decline of relative volume at that time. And we know that based on, we've got this whole group of alerts here that happens, all right, 2 minutes or so before, and look at where the relative volume is. And we can see the relative volume drops from there, and then it starts to pick back up again from here. All right. And we can see what, the 5-minute change was during these times. And so, we can go back, we could try and go back to, let's see if we can get back towards the beginning of the day when it was making a big move. Now we're not there because the history doesn't go back far enough. So we'll click more to get it back far enough. So it stopped at 107. Now it starts at 107. All right. And so here we go. We're back at towards the beginning of the day, and we can see, it wasn't making any of these other alerts. All right. At all. We don't get another 5-minute high till 10:05. That's, 15 minutes before a new 5-minute high actually happened here. All right. So what we can see, and we can go back on the chart and see it, look, that first 5-minute candle, we never take that first 5-minute candle out till we get back to here again. All right. So, well, actually, it's not that we didn't take that first one out. Let me rephrase that. All right. So this 5-minute high happens, we never take out the high of that one. And this one, we never take out the high of that one. All right. That's why we don't get it till in here. All right. And so that's when that first one would happen, Oh, actually, we never even took out the 5-minute high of that, as a matter of fact. I thought it might have clipped it right there. Nope, that was below it. All right. So we don't get that until we get up to here. That's right. And so that's why I don't see it. But we see this 1-minute volume spike was happening a lot. All right. Okay, you got it. Perfect. All right, he emailed that scanner. All right, I don't know if this is gonna work. You sent me a collab link, so I'm gonna try to use it, but we prefer, when you send a link, we prefer you to send a cloud link. It's better, so right click, and if you go save or share to cloud, and then you go save and share, this is the link we prefer here, because the collab link doesn't carry everything over sometimes when you share a scan. But I'm gonna see if I can get it to work or not. New alert window. Okay. Collaborate. So there's like a lot more that goes into this to try to get that to load, and then it doesn't always load. There's certain things that might leave out. No, that didn't go to at all. Copy. All right, so we've got that in there, but I don't know if this is going to carry your back testing over. Odd figure. Yeah, see, it's being funny because it's a collab link. There we go. Okay, now that's there. Let's see if the back testing. So it looks like you're starting at 10:08. You're holding for only 30 minutes. No stop, no target. You're only back testing 30 days. All right. And so here's why it looks like, you're losing so much. You've got this one day here that was a massive loss. All right. And then, you've got these little loss or days here like that. So well, right, but this is saying if you took every single one of these trades that came through, so there's going to be, and you just you held them for the period of time on this back test. It's not just about buying the stocks. There's got to be an exit. So it's saying, if you bought yesterday, if you traded. So if you traded yesterday, if you took this EMDP, all right, at 10:04 and 4 or 10 o'clock and 4 seconds, and you entered on the alert price of 228, your exit price would have been 235 30 minutes later, all right, because you're doing 30-minute holds. So I don't know what time you're holding for. The back test isn't doing it based on your trading. The back test is doing it based on specific instructions that you give it. That's what this means. So you've got, your entry price based on the alert, and you've got your exit price based on a time held. So it has nothing to do with your trading whatsoever. So you could have let's say you got an entry here, all right, at whatever time, and then you held it, the whole day. You'd had different results if you entered here and sold here 30 minutes later versus if you entered here and held it here. But I don't know what you're doing. So, that's what back testing entails, So let's go over all this in here. When you run a back test, all right, We right click, we come to back test. Simply pressing buy, it doesn't tell us anything, how timed exited. Are we holding it for 30 minutes? Are we holding it all day long? Are we holding it for till the market closed market open 19 days after today, market closed 19 days after today, so that's part number one. All right. So then, after we decide on a hold time, if we even want a hold time, because if you don't want a hold time, you can't test for no hold time, but you can set it to the end of the day. And then you can come to your risk management and you can set a profit target or stop loss, right? Then you also got to say, how many days am I back testing it for? We can go up to 64 days. You can test it, just based on what happened yesterday. You can't back test today's data till tomorrow, so all that. And I would encourage everyone, don't get involved in this stuff here. Getting some advanced stuff. And then I'm going to highly recommend first becoming really great at this timed exit stuff, your risk management stuff, and other optimizations tools. Because after I run the back test here, then I can come into the optimizations tab and, see where I can improve the back testing of the strategy. All right. In the optimizations tab, we can do it by price. That's at $3 intervals, or I can make it at 50-cent intervals, for example. All right. Time of day when I'm entering the trades, that 30-minute intervals, I can make that, 5-minute intervals. I can make it 1-minute intervals, so on and so forth. And then I could come in here and I can look at how every filter that exists within the system would have affected this whole thing. All right. So based on all these different things, I can change, I can change the percentages here, so change from a 20 period SMA on a 60-minute chart, things like that. Right. That's exactly it. So that's why you're seeing such a disconnect, because you're trading based on, whatever you're looking to do. As far as your personal trading plan, where the back tester can't just adjust, I held this one for 10 minutes and I held that one for 30 minutes and I held this one on a 3% target and this one on a 2% stop, like that. So the back tester doesn't have the ability to pivot in that sense. It's just with the back tester, the idea behind it generally is trying to cut fat from strategies. So you might have a strategy that's throwing you 3,000 alerts a day, and 1,000 alerts of that look good and 3,000 and 2,000 look bad, and you want to try to get that to maybe 1,000 bad, 1,000 good. And a way to do that is through the optimizer, essentially. And that's where, you have to decide on these different items between, what you're setting up in the instruction of the back test and then the optimizer here. And so that's what back testing is really for. I do recommend Interactive Brokers if you trade stocks and options. I use IB. I've never traded an option in my life, so I can make no comment on anybody for options whatsoever. But I don't have any issues with IB. Splitting hairs, I don't want to pay them for data. And excuse me, got some yawns going on. I just realized the time I'm gonna have to cut out here in a moment. But I don't want to pay them for commissions and data. But it's not enough that it's gonna, it's not affecting me paying my bills at the end of the month. Would I like that money? Of course, I want everything for free, but you get what you pay for, as the saying goes. So TD Ameritrade, their platform goes down, their updates get all buggy sometimes and things like that. I've never had a problem with IB. I've just never run into an issue with them. If I were to choose someone other than IB, if I was given all the things that I want to have with trade ideas connecting to someone and a broker, I'd probably choose Fidelity because I really liked Active Trader Pro. Now I've said that to people and they were like, "You're crazy. Active Trader Pro is the worst." I had a great experience with Fidelity and Active Trader Pro for a long time. It was just that we don't connect with them. Fidelity doesn't offer an API, period. That's their policy. So there'll unlikely be a way that we ever connect directly to Fidelity, unfortunately, because they don't allow it. That's their policy. But I would probably pick them. And second choice, I don't know. I'd split hairs between IB and Thinkorswim, to be honest. I like Thinkorswim's platform. I like the ladder on Thinkorswim. So when I was beta testing Brokerage Plus connection to Thinkorswim, I went back and forth between, controlling things between here on Brokerage Plus. I'm trying to find it right here, Brokerage Plus. So I went back and forth between managing my trades here and managing my trades on the Thinkorswim platform's ladder. I like them both, so I use the combination of them both. But we don't connect to Thinkorswim properly, so we can't connect to them, or I can't trade to them through them realistically. It's too buggy, and just having trouble making that connection work. So I'd split hairs between those two because I like Brokerage Plus a lot, given whatever I want, the option of whatever I want. You got it, Mike. See, you got it. Let's see if I were to choose. So yeah, we got that. If I was using an active brokerage for a while, I was using it for such a different. Yeah, that's the thing. Trader Workstation is a bear, so I don't use Trader Workstation at all. I only started up to connect through it. I mean, I over time I forced myself to learn some stuff in Trader Workstation because I needed to. But Thinkorswim was easier to navigate for me than Trader Workstation. Also, it's like, all right, I learned Active Trader Pro. Then I learned Thinkorswim, and then I got to Trader Workstation. Like, I don't want to learn another whole new platform. Like, I'm tired of learning all these platforms. So I really stuck to the bare minimum of Trader Workstation. That's just my own thing. It was such a hard time. IB. Yeah, that's one of the things you kind of just got to settle, Rachel. Well, all of them have things that I like. All of them have things that I don't like. And they're all, I'll say this, probably Thinkorswim has better support for learning than Trader Workstation does too. If I'm being completely frank, Webull, I've never used it, so I have no idea, but we have no connection on whatsoever. And when we've tried to work out some stuff with them, they're really very unaccommodating to anything whatsoever with us. So we're having a hard time finding anybody to work with at Webull. So I can make no comment on them other than I know they're popular with the I'll say the younger generation. I mean, I consider myself to be young, but all the same, I just never got. Webull didn't exist before I tried 3 other brokers and settled with IB. So that's where I would go with that. Now it's funny. I know a lot of people that love charting in TOS, and but I never hear anybody use IB's charts, to be honest. So that's that. And then Michael Anthony said, Chris, I'm looking for companies to stay long for the rest of the year. Well, good luck. I couldn't direct you in anything like that. I'd never take a trade for a year. Well, Rachel, why are you going back and forth between the two platforms? Because our charting is pretty decent nowadays. Like I'd never open Trader Workstation. I don't look at it at all. And then don't hesitate to use our external linking. So here, I'll show you something. Well, good broker subjective, Daniel. So that becomes a personal opinion. But all right, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something here. The external linking. Find Thinkorswim. They still have Thinkorswim app. I'm going to log into Thinkorswim. I'm going to show you a thing or two here for those that are using TOS. I have to close Trader Workstation because my computer is going to explode if not. So I'm going to show you what I used to do before I used Brokerage Plus. I used to think for a while and trade, through Thinkorswim and did scanning and trade ideas. And so I'm just waiting for them to load. Now I have it, I have an account with them. I think there's like 4 cents in it or something like that. I just want to make sure this isn't going to show any personal information here. All right, so I'm gonna bring over Thinkorswim, the trader tab in it, and this is what I used to look at, So I have Thinkorswim up like this, all right, and I've got the ladder here, and I would have my quick buttons for shares in here, and up quantities real fast like that, and then I could stick, whatever I wanted here for my buys, my sells, or whatever on the ladder like this, or the sell on this side and whatever else, and ladder in and out like that with my positions there. So and I externally linked. So I'm going to go over external linking real fast on this because I tested all, even though there's people that come into our support every single day and say Thinkorswim doesn't work with any of our new updates. I prove them wrong every single day. And so unless today is the day that I get proven wrong, externally link, add link, Thinkorswim, we got it. Use alternative method, click OK, done. Click in the box here, and let's see. Okay, now you're going to be a jerk, right? I just did this 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes before I got on here. My other link messing with it. Edit link. Beginning's cut off. I'm missing something here. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you making me look bad in front of my friends? Try that again. Add link. Oh, I know what happened. I didn't start you in admin mode. Duh, Chris, you're such an idiot. Log off. I got to be smarter than the program you're working with, folks, and sometimes I'm not. Let's try that. Let's try that one more time. Can you folks hear me? Oh, okay. I thought I saw something about muted here. Yeah, I mean, our charts update live. We have TikToks now as long as you're on version 5.5.57. I know people get kind of caught up on all right, good. I know people get kind of caught up on being a beta version. It's stable. I mean, maybe 2 people out of thousands had said there's an issue. Sorry, tools, external linking, delete, yes, delete, add link. All right, don't embarrass me in front of my friends this time, everyone. Still embarrassing me in front of my friends. What am I doing wrong, everybody? Someone point out my mistake to me. Help me out. Help a brother out. I know it doesn't need the rule. This is rather embarrassing. I just had this going like 5 minutes ago to show someone before I got on this support call or this support session. No, it's the user today. It's got to be. I have to be doing something wrong. Started this in admin mode, right? Add link. It's super embarrassing. Because it's overlapped. I know that's supposed to be kind of a no-no. Huh. Delete. Delete. disable add link. Use alternate method. Okay, I got one link to go. That's really, really strange. Just changed once while I put it on the screen, I swear. There we go. I don't know what was going on. Being really silly. So, all right, this is what I'm trying to illustrate here now that we're friends again. So what I would do is, I'm scanning here and I'm like, oh, AMC, AMCR. And in here, I'd kind of have, whatever I generally, I know what I'm taking for shares and, have that loaded here. And if it's a starter position or maybe, I'm going to add and double it later or something. And then I use the ladder here on Thinkorswim. And so that's how I used to manage my trades. Jeez, I don't know why that was messing with me before. So, it can click through any of these symbols all along here, and it's going to load into in the order entry box and make my share sizing real quick. And, or instead of the ladder, I can hit, market buy, market sell. So this is a way to, get a limit price really fast on the ladder, or I could just buy at market or sell at market, whatever I'm doing, going long, going short, whatever I'm doing there. Well, Trade Ideas can send orders to IB and E-Trade directly. We can't send it to anybody else. We're working on a link to this, and I tested it for a long time, but we just can't get it to work all the way. The data from here doesn't import into Trade Ideas. So like whatever your position sizing and all that is, we can't see it in the Brokerage Plus window well. So anyway, just to give you an idea here, and you could do this with a lot of brokers. You can link to a lot of brokers just like I'm showing you here externally. So, you're charting here in Trade Ideas, you're doing your charting here, and the symbol loads over here, and you're scanning and whatever else. And then next thing you know, you're like, all right, well, I like this. So normally I keep this on a monitor you can't see. I'd have it on a separate monitor that I pulled it off to the side. And so I got my charts and my scans here, and I'm clicking and it's loading, whatever I want over here. And that's how I would buy and sell just like that. And I never had any issues getting in and out of trades and whatever else. You got to become quick. Now also Thinkorswim has hotkey availabilities, a lot of hotkey availabilities. I've never used them, so I'm not familiar with them, but that stuff you have to educate and explore with the broker itself. Like unfortunately I don't have much to share with you on that. So that's everything. I did not realize the time. I really do have to go, everyone. We went overtime today. Hopefully that gave you all a little bit of some insight though, and some ideas to maybe streamline your trading and your scanning and your charting all together. So, all right, folks, I thank you all very much. Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll be back on Zoom/YouTube tomorrow. So, anybody that wants to join that way, you're more than welcome, of course, whichever way floats your boat. So, all right, thanks everybody. You have a wonderful. Yep, tomorrow is Zoom. Yep, so you can here. Anybody that wants to register to be in, I'll be on Zoom and YouTube tomorrow. So here's the link for y'all. All right, so that's if you want to register, and that's also on our education page. If you look for on the education page, getting started webinars. All right, got a little key next to it. Looks like this. I'll bring it over real quick. So that's right here on the education page. So, trade-ideas/education, and you got user's guide, then the getting started right there. And that'll get you into the Zoom things. And like I said, as long as it's a smaller crowd, I'll enable some mics. We can go have back and forth like that. All good stuff. And other than that, I will stream it on YouTube all the same for those that can't make it into the Zoom side of things for various reasons. So, all right, folks, thank you all very much. You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are. And we will see you tomorrow. Adios.